You see this relatively tiny opening? It leads under the women's bathing rooms.
Okay, come on, Mario.
Beneath Pompeii's oldest bathhouse, cavers are venturing deep into a miraculously preserved space that remained hidden for nearly 2,000 years.
I'm actually not sure how long they stay there. We'll see how long they survive.
Oh, look, down there, there's a bat.
They're searching for clues to life and death in the Roman Empire.
What do you think is written here?
I think it's a stump.
Pompeii, an ancient city 130 miles south of Rome. In AD 79, Mount Vesuvius, just 6 miles away, erupted explosively, smothering the entire area beneath millions of tons of volcanic ash and rock. 17 centuries later, archaeologists rediscovered a city frozen in time. But even after almost 300 years of excavation, a third of Pompeii's streets remain unearthed. Today, archaeologists from across the world are digging through the debris, uncovering surprising new evidence for what it was like to live and die at the height of the Roman Empire.
For an archaeologist, to stay in Pompeii is a very special moment. The possibility to touch the real life 2,000 years ago.
Much of what we know of the Roman world is through the lives of those at the top. Emperors, senators, and generals living in their vast villas and palaces. But the great majority of those who lived in the Roman world weren't rich at all. What was Pompeii like lower down the social order, for the middle classes or enslaved people? We're following a team of archaeologists excavating Pompeii in search of the real stories of these hidden lives.
Every day we discover new things in Pompeii and help to understand the Roman culture in every part of the world.
Buried up to 20 feet beneath volcanic debris, archaeologists have unearthed a bustling metropolis. Homes for some 15,000 people in a coastal hub of trade and culture. In the east, archaeologists discover an arena for gladiator fights. And in the west, they unearth 2 theaters. They uncover temples dedicated to 9 different gods and emperors, and a forum, the heart of business and political affairs. The excavation of perfectly preserved Pompeii reveals Roman life in the raw. Today, an international team of archaeologists is digging at one of the most complete Roman bathhouses in the world. The Stabian baths.
Good morning. Buongiorno. Come state? Everything fine? Yeah, yesterday we...
German archaeologist Monika Trumper first came to Pompeii aged 15 on a family holiday. It sparked the fascination of a lifetime.
I always wanted to excavate here. This has been the dream site to excavate. I really like digging in the earth and cleaning things. I do not like cleaning things at home, but I like cleaning things on archaeological sites.
Monika's team is on a mission to explore the hidden world of the Roman bathhouse.
And as always, we are running out of time and there's still so much to do.
A visit to the baths was part of the Roman daily routine. Bathers would first remove their clothing, then smear their skin with olive oil. The bathing session began with exercise to work up a healthy sweat. Romans didn't use soap. Instead, they scraped off the oil, sweat, and dirt with a tool called a strigil. Then bathed in rooms at different temperatures, heated by a hypercaust, a marvel of Roman engineering. Hot air from a furnace circulated under the floor and between the walls to heat rooms up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Pompeii's Stabian baths were in use for around 200 years before Vesuvius's eruption froze them in the state we see today. The team is digging to solve a mystery. How did a visit to the baths change over time?
We've been studying the Stabian bath because we're interested in the development of bathing culture in Pompeii.
Their quest begins behind the scenes.
Buongiorno.
Right now, what you see is a service room. You see all kinds of installations that serve for the bath. I'm standing on a channel. You see another channel behind me. So these are all installations belonging somehow to particularly the water management and also the heating system. It was a room that the bathers were not supposed to ever see or enter. Yeah? So it was only for the slaves.
Monica and joint excavation leader Marco Giglio from the University of Naples L'Orientale are digging into dirt that predates the eruption of AD 79.
We hope to find all sort of things, not only beautiful objects, but something useful for the chronology for dating this space.
Dig member Satoshi Higuchi spots a glint of metal in the dirt.
Wow. Should be. Yeah.
I can't see it. What is it? Oh, yeah, I see it now. Oh, wow. What do you think it might be?
This could be some kind of hairpin.
Mm-hmm. I guess yes, because it's so thin.
Yes.
The thin needle, something you would stick into your hair. Look at this. There's more of it?
Oh no, it's a fibula.
Yeah,
Fibula.
and this is part of the fibula then.
Yeah.
So this is the lower part of the
Fibula.
fibula. Wow. They used to fix clothes. They used this to fix clothes. And actually, if I remember correctly, this is the first one we find here at all in the Stabian bath.
The ornate clothespin is a direct connection to a Pompeian living 2,000 years ago.
It's really exciting and really happy to have found it, and I hope I can find more interesting things to understand this bath.
Very interesting find, very interesting. Now we'll continue to excavate this layer.
All the evidence the team has found suggests this was not always a service room, but was once a public walkway known as a porticus.
Our hypothesis is that originally it was a porticus and not a service room, and only later, when they improved or changed the bath, they would have transformed it into such a service room.
When did the layout of the baths change, and why? To find out, Monica will need to explore deep into an unseen world. Just outside Pompeii's city walls, Spanish archaeologist Llorenç Alapont is leading another pioneering excavation.
I think for all archaeologists, digging Pompeii is a dream.
It's estimated 2,000 Pompeians perished in the eruption. Their tragic deaths have made Pompeii world famous. But the frozen figures reveal almost nothing of these people's life stories. For greater insight, today Llorenç is excavating the tombs of Pompeians who died before the eruption. His team has removed tons of volcanic debris to reach new and uncharted tombs.
When we started to work here, all this area was completely covered for these pumice stones that cover completely the city.
The size of each freshly unearthed tomb gives a first clue to the occupants.
Here we are in this tomb on the podium, and of course it's a very rich person that built this very big tomb.
Inscriptions can reveal further fascinating information about the lives of the tomb occupants. But Urence's ultimate goal is to unearth what lies inside the tombs.
Our project is try to find these remains, the human remains, because we are studying the archaeology of death.
It's difficult to discover forensic detail of the Roman dead, due to the standard funeral rites of the time. When a Roman citizen died, relatives put a coin in the deceased's mouth to pay for safe passage to the underworld. By law, they had to lay the body to rest outside the city limits. Rich families hired musicians and professional mourners to lead the procession. At the necropolis, they burned the body on a pyre and stored the ashes and the coin in an urn to keep in the family tomb. Romans even cremated their emperors, but they burned Julius Caesar's pyre in public inside Rome's city limits. The mourners' passions ran so hot they almost burnt down the forum. Urence and his team are hunting for cremation urns, but finding human ashes among tons of volcanic ashes is no easy task. They've just unearthed this tomb, right next to the main gateway into Pompeii, built in an eye-catching spot.
If you are rich, you choose the most important gate in the city, and of course you want to build your tomb in front of this gate. So everyone who pays in front, they never forget this person. What we found inside was really exciting.
In the southern region of the city is a residential area known today as Insula 17.
Now guys, they restarting in the two areas to continue the excavation inside in the layers that we find in the last days. Okay? Now we go.
Archaeologist Mario Grimaldi is part of a team from the University of Bologna that is investigating the lives of middle-class people at the height of the Roman Empire. The volcanic blanket over Pompeii preserved its public spaces, its cemeteries, its baths, and its grand buildings. But it also preserved over 1,000 ordinary private homes. These rarely survive elsewhere, so Pompeii offers a unique opportunity for archaeologists.
In Pompeii, we have the possibility to understand the real life, the people that live in these houses, with the material, the artifacts that these people had in her hand before the eruption. It's important for us to understand that this society, these people that lived in this area, they're like a middle-class people in the society.
Beneath the street that runs alongside the houses, the team makes a discovery.
We have a water pipe. Now we're cleaning this water pipe. It's very interesting for us. The water pipe is a connection from the aqueduct to the water for the fresh water.
Roman plumbing was the envy of the ancient world. Networks of underground lead pipes channeled water from aqueducts along city streets. Most residents collected their water from roadside fountains, but richer homeowners could go one step further.
If I want in my private house the fresh water, I pay with my money the connection to the aqueduct. If you are lucky, it's possible that we find the stamp of the owner.
But as the team searches, something extraordinary begins to appear in the same trench that could give an even bigger insight into these inhabitants' lives.
Okay, guy, what do you find?
We actually find a skull.
Oh, amazing!
In their quest to investigate the occupant of this large tomb, Urence's team hits the jackpot.
In front of this tomb, we found inscription who tell us the owner was Marco Venerio Secundio. This tomb, this discovery, is one of the most important discoveries in my career.
The size and location of Marcus Venerius Secundio's tomb shows that by his death he must have been a prominent figure in Pompeii. But what Urens unearthed beside the plaque was a complete surprise. The tomb was revealed to be a walled family enclosure. In one corner, Urens found a small tombstone. Beneath it, an urn containing the cremated ashes of a woman. Then the team spotted a sealed door leading to a burial chamber containing Marcus Venerius Secundio's skeleton, still sporting hair and part of his left ear. He was buried, not burnt. An unparalleled opportunity to discover more about an individual life and death in Pompeii.
This is the best preserved body ever found in Pompeii. We were very surprised when we found this body buried and not cremated, because all bodies in Pompeii are cremated. He's the only one buried in Pompeii.
There are even hints Marcus may have been embalmed after death. Scraps of textile found among the remains may be wrappings to help preserve his body. As soon as the remains were photographed, the team rushed them into cold storage.
Now the body is inside one fridge at 3 degrees because we want to preserve all this organic material. Now we can do genetic analysis of these remains.
Wear on the teeth, alongside other signs of aging on the skeleton, suggest Marcus lived to at least 60 years old. Urens hopes further analysis will reveal more about his origins, where he grew up, and perhaps how he died. But starting from the plaque on Marcus's tomb, Urens wants to piece together key parts of his life story.
Marco Venerius Colonia Libertus. So descriptions say he was first a slave of the city, but after he becomes a free man, Libertus, so he got the freedom.
The inscription and the tomb location reveal that by the time of his death, Marcus was a prominent citizen in Pompeii. Next, Urens wants to find out how Marcus gained his freedom and his wealth, and what his rise says about life in the Roman Empire. At the Stabian baths, Monica is following in the footsteps of bathers 2,000 years ago.
This is the final room of the women's suite. It's the caldarium, the hot room.
And the baths weren't just somewhere for citizens to get clean.
We have ancient literary sources that, complain about the noises coming from baths. It's not like one of our, luxury spas where you have quiet, music and so on. And it must have been really, really, really noisy, really loud.
Archaeological evidence indicates that the Stabian baths served multiple purposes. More than simply being a place to get clean, they were a vital social hub. The main place where Romans caught up with friends or discussed casual business. Monica wants to identify the technology that was key to this social function.
So this is the immersion pool for the women. It was heated from below by the floor heating. It was heated from the back and the sides by the wall heating. And then it has one additional really intriguing feature. You really have to kneel down in order to appreciate this. It's a half circular container made out of bronze, and it's closed at the back and open here in the front. And so the water constantly goes in there, and this thing is right above the hottest part of the fireplace, so right next to the fire, so to speak. And so therefore it always heats the cooling water, and then the hot water comes out again. And this helps additionally to keep the water warm.
The hot water container is called a testudo. It's named for its shape. Testudo in Latin means tortoise.
They are unfortunately rarely preserved because the metal is very precious and was usually rubbed out in antiquity or any time later. So this example here is particularly intriguing because it's fully preserved. It is so rare and is so exciting.
This is clever Roman technology, maintaining the bath water at a constant, pleasurable temperature, so up to half a dozen women could relax and socialize.
It's particularly important to get as much information as possible of such a well-preserved example from all sides.
Exploring the testudo in detail may also give insight into how the bath served as a highly sociable space. But there is a problem.
I can kind of crawl inside from the pool because the opening is very, very narrow and the channel is narrow.
To examine the precious testudo properly, Monica needs a different approach. Just outside Pompeii's city walls, another team is exploring underground. Archaeologist Luana Toniolo has helped excavate 20 feet of volcanic rock and ash to reach a small room, part of a much larger villa.
This is our really latest discovery. As you can see, we are still working with it. So for us, it's really exciting, and every day there's something new. Over there, you can see the window from where the volcanic ash entered and covered the objects in this room and actually preserved it.
Ever since excavations began in Pompeii nearly 300 years ago, diggers have found skeletons entombed in the volcanic ash. The flesh of the dead has long since decomposed, leaving only a body-spaced shape surrounding the bones. By pouring plaster into the cavity, the archaeologists are able to recreate the original body shape.
We are still using the same technique more than 1 century ago because it's really the best technique.
This team is using plaster to capture the original shape of other organic objects. They wait for the plaster to set, then very carefully scrape away the surrounding ash.
We don't know what we are going to see when we pour the plaster in the holes, and what we found in this case is the bed.
Not just one, but 3 beds, complete with blankets, and an array of bedside furniture and storage containers.
We can see 3 beds made of wood. These beds are really simple. You can see that they are made of vertical piece of wood.
3 people shared this small room. The basic furniture and the single small window suggest that they were among the poorest of Pompeii.
It was used as a room where to sleep and relax, but at the same time is a storage room, because there you can see storage containers that were used in Roman times to trade food, wine, olive. The other very important object that we can find in this room is this particular object, that is the part of the chariot that was used to link the chariot to the horses.
Incredibly, the plaster cast here reveals a rope lashing.
Questi sono dei laccetti che tenevano fermi, forse c'era una rottura all'interno del legno e tenevano legati.
The evidence has prompted Pompeii archaeologists to call this the Room of the Slaves. It is the most complete example of such a room ever discovered in the Roman Empire.
This room is very important for us, for the archaeology, for the historians, because we can see actually how slaves and poor people lived.
There would have been several hundred rooms like this in and around Pompeii. It's exactly the sort of place where Marcus Venerius Secundio may have started his life. But as Marcus's life shows, enslavement wasn't necessarily a life sentence in the Roman Empire. In ancient Rome, enslaved people were a commodity, auctioned at a market. Those that were unskilled could be worth the annual salaries of 2 foot soldiers. Some had tags attached to their necks as proof of ownership in case they fled. Those that were educated could be put to work as accountants or secretaries. They had higher status and so were paid for their duties. Enslaved people could use their money to buy their freedom, acquiring Roman citizenship in a formal ceremony. As a symbol of their liberty, they wore a felt cap called a pileus. Marcus's tomb and inscription reveals he became a wealthy man. Urens wants to know how he bought his way out of enslavement. At the Stabian baths, Monica is venturing deeper into the incredible unseen Roman world preserved at Pompeii.
This is kind of the heart of the bath. This is a service section and the heating system. But what exactly this heating system looked like, we do not know, and we really want to explore. It's quite narrow to get into, it's quite dangerous.
Monica works with a team of speleologists, specialist cavers, to venture where she can't.
Buongiorno, Mauro, Maio, thanks.
Monica hopes the cavers can find evidence of how and when the baths were modified.
We do not know whether the whole heating system was remodeled or belongs to an older period. So I'm really excited and looking forward to pictures.
Mauro traces the route the scorching hot air would have taken into the heating system 2,000 years ago. He's one of few to venture into this dangerous void since Pompeii was buried in volcanic rock.
I'm actually not sure how long they stay there. We'll see how long they survive.
Urens's investigation into the life of Marcus Venerius Secundio has brought him to the western edge of Pompeii. Marcus's tomb inscription states he worked as a custodian, looking after the Temple of Venus.
This is what I'm looking for. This is the original floor of the Temple of Venice.
Romans worshipped many gods and had many temples in their honor. But Venus was the chief deity and protector of Pompeii. Natural disasters have sadly reduced Pompeii's largest sacred site to rubble. Urens hunts for any remains of the temple's inner sanctum that would have contained the statue of Venus.
Here in the temple, we preserve the gate system. Here was Marcus, who was opening these massive doors in the Temple of Venice.
Only the stones beneath the doorway remain, but Urens suspects Marcus would have guarded this inner sanctum.
The temple was not always open, so when the temple was closed, people come here and leave their offers. And probably Marcus Venerius came to collect them, to bring them to the temple.
Working in Pompeii's most hallowed temple would allow Marcus to mingle among Pompeii's elite. He was likely to have been rewarded for his work, perhaps through tips or donations.
Of course, the custodian of this temple was very popular, and he has a very good reputation in Pompeii.
The wealth and high status that Marcus gained at the temple may have allowed him to buy his freedom. Once he'd escaped enslavement, Marcus's life took on a truly dramatic twist. Pompeii's latest discoveries are opening up a new window into everyday life in the Roman Empire. Pompeii is much more than a city divided into wealthy elites and their downtrodden servants. This was a society where you could rise out of enslavement and citizens of all classes relaxed in communal baths. At Insula 17, Mario's team has found a buried skull.
We don't know which animal it is.
What's intriguing is the skull's location, just beneath the street level and close to an underground water pipe.
For us, it's very interesting, this find of this skull, because we are in front of a real time and a real life in this area before the eruption of 79.
The team is trying to find other clues that could shed light on their discovery.
Yeah. You find also other bones around?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, okay.
A tantalizing possibility is this is the skull of an animal killed as a sacrificial offering to the gods. But Mario needs more evidence. The team hunts for telltale ceramic cups that would once contain other offerings.
Another part of the skeleton there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we
nothing
don't
else.
found the cups in.
No ceramics.
Okay. Now we continue to clean. We remove the skull and to understand if there are other parts of the bones of the skull of the animal.
The team must carefully extract all the compacted soil before they attempt the delicate task of removing the skull. The cavers are crawling ever deeper into the underfloor heating system.
Okay, come on, Mario.
They must document every detail of the subterranean world. No one knows what could lurk in this space.
Oh, look down there. There's a bat. So the spaces over there are lower.
What?
The spaces over there are lower.
Yeah, it's around 15 centimeter.
The invention of the hypercaust system revolutionized bathhouses, allowing bathers to linger longer in pleasantly warm water before stepping onto a heated floor. But comfort above ground creates a highly hazardous, cramped space below.
Altezza 82.
I hear some voices, so they must be working, but I can't see them anymore.
Under the women's hot immersion pool,
C'è la testudo sopra qua.
the cavers find and photograph one of the best preserved testudos in the Roman world. Built to be both fire-resistant and watertight, the tank's sloping underside had been carefully engineered so that the heat from the furnace that was once nearby created a circulating supply of hot water. Beneath the floor of the women's caldarium, the cavers spot something else that could help Monica's investigation.
What do you think is written here?
I think it's a stump.
At the Insula 17 housing block, the dig's chief archaeologist, Antonella Corallini, is overseeing the delicate retrieval of the animal skull.
Calcarlo da sotto, vai tu, vai tu. Piano piano.
If they don't release all the compacted soil around the 2,000-year-old skull, it could shatter.
Da sotto, vai tu, vai tu. Tanto hai un berretto.
Oh, beautiful. This is the heat.
This is not skull of sheep, it's a skull of a bull. It's very interesting now.
It's a fascinating find. The skull of a bull.
Very big, with the point of horn.
It's interesting because it's very strange that we find a skull of bull.
A bull's skull is a rare find in Pompeii. In ancient Rome, bulls were highly prized and expensive animals.
January was lived for the gods, for the ritual sacrifice.
Romans believed animal sacrifices could offer insights into the will of the gods. Bulls were among the largest and most prestigious animals killed in this way. An animal that showed no fear before its death was a good omen, a sign of approval from the gods. The animal's internal organs were inspected by a priest called an augur. If they looked diseased or damaged, the sacrifice had to be repeated with a new animal. If the organs were healthy, the Romans offered a portion to the gods by burning them on the altar, and then feasted on the rest of the animal. The team carefully cleans the skull, ready for future expert investigation. Marks left by axe or hammer blows might confirm Mario's suspicion the bull was killed in a sacrificial ritual.
For us now it's important to understand why this bull was lived in this area in front of this wall. It's a possibility for us that we have this ritual time in this area before the eruption of 79.
The team suspects that it's no coincidence the skull was found here, right alongside the fresh water pipe. Perhaps the bull was sacrificed to commemorate these homes making their connection to the public water supply. Iorence's investigation into the life of Marcus Venerius Secundio has brought him to one of Pompeii's most spectacular sites.
Wow, this is so beautiful. This is the Odeon of Pompeii, a very important place.
The Odeon was one of two theatres in Pompeii.
Its acoustic is really special, really particular. So you can hear how the sound is surrounding you. The Odeon was just for music and music performance and for music opera. They built one particular place just for this kind of shows.
The inscription discovered on Marcus's tomb reveals that after he gained his freedom, he became a priest and paid for a 4-day festival of games, plays, and music.
To pay all this performance, all these musical shows, of course, he must be very, very rich. In that moment, for sure, Marco Venerio was a very important, one of the most important person in Pompeii.
Marcus's festival could also reveal why he was buried and not burnt. The inscription specifies performances in both Roman Latin and also Greek. This was a complete surprise.
Is he weak or he was very close to the Greek culture? And we know that Greeks in Greece, they have inhumation, they have burials in that moment.
Greek plays and the Greek-style burial suggest either Marcus had Greek ancestors or he was a great fan of Greek culture. The DNA analysis might resolve the mystery. Iorence's discoveries allow him to piece together the rags-to-riches story of the best preserved body ever found in Pompeii. Marcus Venerius Secundio was enslaved by the city of Pompeii, a subject of not one, but of all the citizens. They chose him to guard a temple dedicated to Venus, the patron goddess of Pompeii. When Marcus was freed from enslavement, he joined the Augustales, an elite order of priests devoted to the cult of the emperor. Like his fellow priests, he became a rich benefactor and funded a festival of plays, music, and games. His wealth and high status afforded him a monumental tomb, among the most prominent in Pompeii.
It's like a dream. It's something very impressive, very, very amazing. Marco Venerius was a slave of the city, and he ends becoming one of the most important person in Pompeii.
Under the Stabian baths, cavers Mauro and Mario discover a rare stamped inscription.
M-A... I wonder if there's more.
It's crucial to take a clear photograph to get the best possible evidence for Monica.
Are you done? Oh, perfect. Can I see what you found?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the studio.
Ah, va bene, sì. Wow. Perfect. Oh, yeah, you can kind of see.
Yeah.
Incredible.
The photos reveal that from the underside, the bronze plates of the immersion pool hot water tank are joined with two neat rows of rivets. The overlapping plates look like an armored animal shell. Another compelling reason why the Romans used testudo, the Latin word for tortoise, for the tank.
Two rows everywhere the two sheets overlap.
I think this is one of the best preserved ever. And you can also really see it from below and from above and fully study how it worked. And this makes it really exciting.
The discovery of the stamp could help solve the biggest mystery. How did the layout of the baths change over time?
Right over here is where we found the stamp. So we have the an M.
M, A,
Yeah.
O or Q. Maybe an R, an M again.
M again.
And this looks like a P, and this could be an F.
The stamp is a mark that identifies the tile maker. It's a totally unexpected find.
Oh, wow, perfect. This is like the first complete stamp I know of in the Stabian bath. And wow, this is really exciting.
Matching the stamp to others in Pompeii could give an exact time period for the floor's installation.
Whether this stamp is known in Pompeii, because it's really, really important, it might potentially give us a date for the hypocaust system. So this is really exciting. If it's really a late stamp, we would have a proof that they had to remodel it.
Further analysis reveals the tile stamp is one of several in Pompeii that appear to date to after AD 62. In that year, a major earthquake rocked the city and damaged many buildings. The people of Pompeii took the opportunity to modernize the building, fitting a brand new floor above an upgraded heating system. But the citizens had only a few years to enjoy their majestic new bathhouse before Vesuvius's cataclysmic eruption in AD 79.
Everything we excavate, that we reveal, I think adds to the picture of history of Roman Pompeii in a significant way. So excavation really has a purpose to help us reconstruct history.
Pompeii is slowly giving up its secrets, revealing the everyday lives of its people. Bathers enjoying the public baths, worshippers making offerings to their gods, and enslaved people rising to great wealth. As archaeologists continue to excavate this extraordinary 2,000-year-old city frozen in time, their discoveries will shed fresh insights into life and death at the height of the Roman Empire.
Okay, there we go. All right, start moving the boat, please. Request 6 meters 020. Nero.
Off the coast of Sicily, maritime archaeologists have discovered a mysterious artifact on the seafloor.
It's incredibly exciting to be able to see this sitting here after more than 2,000 years.
It may reveal clues about a fierce naval battle that completely changed ancient Rome's history.
We have liftoff.
I'm hoping it comes up in one piece.
the Eternal City. 2,000 years ago, it was the greatest city of the ancient world and the heart of a mighty empire that stretched for almost 3 million square miles. Today, teams of archaeologists dig Rome and its empire, searching for clues to understand how this city rose to dominate so much of the ancient world.
For me as an archaeologist, this is a great site because you can see the growth and the rise of the Roman Empire.
How did this one city conquer the entire Italian peninsula, the Mediterranean world, and beyond? We follow excavators as they investigate how Rome and its people drove an incredible expansion from city-state to imperial power. In search of answers, Canadian archaeologist Eve MacDonald has come to the heart of the ancient capital.
Here it is, the Roman Forum, the center of the city of Rome. The very essence of the city that became a world empire.
Eve has been studying the Romans for over 20 years.
I find the Romans absolutely fascinating. If you don't understand the Romans, you really can't understand so much of Mediterranean history, of world history.
To see evidence of Rome's early ambitions of conquest, she's heading to one of the city's oldest structures, built in the 4th century BC.
Here we have a massive defensive wall. These stones that we look at come from a site outside of Rome itself. They were quarried from a city called Baiae, which isn't very far away. It's only on a tributary of the Tiber River. But it is a symbolic place because it stands for one of Rome's great early conquests.
From its earliest times, Rome had a thirst for war and conquest, even before it was a powerful city. In the 4th century BC, Rome was a vulnerable city-state. It had a track for chariot racing and mass entertainment, the Circus Maximus, temples for worshipping gods and for public meetings, and many houses made of mud brick and wood. It was spread across 7 hills, an area of 610 acres, and was protected by a huge wall, 32 feet tall, built in response to repeated attacks. How did this city begin the conquests that led to its complete control of the Mediterranean world?
This wall tells us about 2 aspects of the Romans. One is their aggressive conquest of their neighbors with their taking of the city of Veii, and the other is their incredible resilience in the face of challenge. It was a zero-sum game, conquer or be conquered.
In Trapani, Sicily, 260 miles south of Rome,
I think moving further east to delineate the battle site is a great plan.
maritime archaeologist Peter Campbell and his colleagues from the RPM Nautical Foundation are setting sail on a state-of-the-art research vessel, the Hercules. They're looking for traces of a brutal naval battle fought in the 3rd century BC.
The Battle of the Egadi Islands is one of the most important ancient naval battles that took place. This is a point where history changed.
First lab, tourist boat Intrepido is approaching on your port side.
Copy that.
Peter is a specialist in ancient marine warfare. He hopes the mission will provide clues to how the Romans mastered the seas to achieve one of their most important conquests.
The significance of this battle is that Rome took on Carthage, which was a superpower at the time. It's really exciting to be part of this project for me because there's very little evidence for ancient warships that has survived.
Ancient historical accounts reveal the clash took place off the western coast of Sicily. To identify the full extent of the battlefield, the investigators used the very latest search technology, including side-scan sonars, which map the seabed.
The search area is 5.5 times larger than Manhattan. And we're sitting on a research vessel 100 meters above the seafloor. So it's a bit like searching for objects that are less than a meter wide from sitting on top of the Empire State Building.
Peter and the team have identified anomalies on the seafloor. The challenge now is to examine each of these targets at a depth of 260 feet and find out if they are traces of the battle. The archaeologists head to one of the most promising sites.
Copy that, slowing down 2.7. 40 meters to go.
The team launches a cutting-edge remote-operated vehicle, or ROV.
The ROV serves as our eyes on the seafloor.
Technology like this has revolutionized maritime archaeology. Long-lost treasures are now within reach. This underwater robot houses a high-res camera, allowing the archaeologists to study their targets close up. With the ROV successfully deployed, Peter and the team can now examine every inch of the sea floor.
If you spin left, we might have a little flicker of something. We can try and see if anything flashes.
Dave, do you know what the current is here? 1.0 from 350.
The ROV moves carefully from target to target.
Got something there, about 8 meters away. I think it's a rock. What do you guys say?
Rock.
All right, let's keep moving. If you come back up, it's a bit like looking for a needle in the world's largest haystack. So what we're trying to do here is search this area and hope that something pops out of the abyss.
Visual contact.
Suddenly, the image on screen gets everyone excited.
Bridge lab stop. Large visual contact here. Trying to keep him down. Looking down. There it is. That's a beauty. Bingo.
In Terracina, 50 miles southeast of Rome, a team of archaeologists is digging at an intriguing site on top of a mountain.
This is the central place where all the people from Terracina are coming together to worship their gods.
Archaeologists Paul Shedding and Francesca Diasono are leading the excavation.
The thing that I enjoy the most being an archaeologist is that you can touch history. So you have real objects you can touch it.
We have so much work to do now in a wonderful landscape.
Terracina is a very ancient settlement, dating from at least 600 BC, and it was one of Rome's neighbors. Paul and Francesca hope it can yield clues to the early stages of Roman expansion within the Italian peninsula.
Hey guys, how are you doing? Hi. Something special?
Yes, we found an ingot.
It's a piece of lead.
Yes. With an inscription. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's very unusual to find it, very rare.
Yes.
Inscriptions are valuable clues. The names and style of lettering can reveal their date.
This is a V and the A. This has to be maybe.
Yes, and this is also complete.
Yes, and it's definitely Roman. So we have something in hand which we can work on. This is an exciting day actually for us.
The inscribed ingot shows the presence of the Romans on site, but not when they arrived and took over. To confirm the date, the archaeologists need much older evidence.
Hi guys, how's it going? Fine.
Francesca checks in with her team in another section of the site.
How about the material, what you find?
We found some pottery, some black glazed.
I think it's a piece of pottery. Yes, you have to keep it.
Every tiny shard of pottery they find can provide vital clues. To the expert eye, minute differences in shape and decoration can be evidence of place and time of production.
We found big plates of Roman period from, I think, 2nd century BC. This is a big jar for containing food. This is pre-Roman pottery, but it's very, very small. This is pre-Roman because it's handmade pottery, so before Rome arriving here.
The pre-Roman pottery is mostly found in deeper archaeological layers, which points to a date of Roman conquest.
Terracina as a Roman colony started at the end of the 4th century BC.
From its earliest times, Rome started clashing with its neighbors and was slowly expanding. In the 4th century BC, it kept pushing south to Terracina and beyond to the Bay of Naples. By the middle of the 3rd century BC, Rome controlled most of the Italian peninsula. The excavation is going well for Paul and Francesca, but many mysteries remain unsolved here.
The temples and the architecture were built in different steps, so we want to get also a clue how this whole area developed and to link all the structures to the rise of Rome.
Off the coast of Sicily,
Look at that.
Peter and the team are trying to work out what the sunken relic is.
Oh, it's all twisted and covered in fishing line. Johnny, can we get on the back?
Yep. Okay, I'll come up and start moving around so you can try and get a good overall view.
The team hopes this evidence can identify a section of the battle site where Rome fought for mastery of the Mediterranean.
Look at that. That's a ram. Woo! So it's a bit of a jumble, but underneath all of that, it looks like a really impressive, robust ram.
This ram was attached to the front of a ship. It was designed to strike and sink enemy vessels.
This is an incredible discovery. It extends the battlefield, and it tells us that it covered a huge territory, much larger than what we expected.
Now, the archaeologists want to lift up the ram and examine it closely. They want to find out if it's Roman or Carthaginian. Team members Jim and Johnny are figuring out how to do it without damaging the fragile find.
We're going to have to deal with that ship, the line that's snarled around it, and get some kind of rigging on it, don't you think, Johnny?
Yeah.
To bring it up.
I think we need divers in the water to try and release that.
In Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, archaeologist Najib Ben Lazreg is investigating Rome's great rival in the Battle of the Agates, the Carthaginians.
I became interested in archaeology after reading about a discovery done in Egypt. I knew that Tunisia is full of ancient sites. Wherever you dig, you find something.
He heads to the seafront of the modern city, looking for ancient remains.
We are in the middle of the military harbor, which was around. In the very middle, we have an artificial island because the harbors were dug in the mainland. They didn't have jetties.
Carthage's harbor was a masterpiece of ancient engineering. It could fit up to 220 warships.
The foundation of the power of Carthage was due to their control of the sea routes.
In the 3rd century BC, Carthage was a major power. Their navy gave them control of territories on the Mediterranean coast. They had fought the Greeks for over 300 years to conquer western Sicily. In 264 BC, Carthage seized the port of Messana on the east coast of the island. only 3 miles from Roman territories on the Italian mainland. Sensing danger, Rome sent troops and ships to Sicily, triggering war with Carthage.
Carthage in the 3rd century BC was an important metropolis.
The Carthaginians were master seafarers. Their ships outnumbered the Romans. So when the two fleets clashed off the Aegates Islands, it was a crucial test of Rome's maritime ambition. 500 miles north of Rome, in Gunzenhausen, Germany, classical historian Boris Dreyer is leading a team of experimental archaeologists. Their innovative project aims to reveal the technology the Romans used to fight at sea. They have rebuilt 2 Roman boats based on wrecks found in the Danube and the Rhine, and want to test their speed and efficiency on water.
The best preserved wrecks can we find here in Germany, not in the Mediterranean. They were fixed on the bottom of the river, so the conditions were airtight and the ship could survive this 2,000 years.
The wrecks only provide partial evidence. Boris has had to make some mathematical estimations in important places.
This is the ram of the boat. We don't actually know the length of the ram. This length is just a guess, but we know that there must have been a ram.
This boat is a quarter of the size of the ones used in the Battle of the Aegates. Its ram is made of wood, unlike the bigger boats whose ram was bronze or iron. Boris thinks the ram reduces the turbulence alongside the hull and keeps the boat balanced as it cuts through the waves.
This kind of design makes the boat more stable in water because the boat is very shallow.
The next challenge for Boris and the team is making the boat waterproof. He wants to try an ancient method, using hemp, one of the earliest plants to be spun into fiber in the ancient world.
Hemp is important to make the space between the planks dense. The planks are pressing to each other so that no water will come into the boat.
When the wood is wet, it expands, compressing the hemp between the planks and sealing the hull. But problems soon emerge.
Also hier ist ein Loch, so etwa 20 Zentimeter.
Also da bin ich ja sogar gar nicht, da komme ich gar nicht hin.
Some of the hemp has been pushed in too far, leaving gaps between the planks.
Da habe ich halt den Eichen. Hier, genau.
This can jeopardize the boat's seaworthiness because the planks will not be locked together. Boris must make sure all the gaps are filled, or his boat could sink. In Terracina, Paul heads to the center of the modern town.
Here are some inscriptions left here. It's the letter I, then V or U, and S. This is the inscription of the man who financed the forum.
The full inscription reads Aulus Aemilius. He was a wealthy Roman citizen.
This is the ancient forum, and this is the actual ancient floor.
Wherever Romans like Aulus Aemilius went, they rebuilt Rome. Their new subjects soon enjoyed the benefits of life under Roman rule. Right next to Terracina's Forum, another ancient structure helps reveal how the Romans took control of all Italy.
The most important thing here is the road over there you can see coming from the north and going through the south.
This ancient road, the Via Appia, connects Terracina directly to Rome. It's evidence of an ingenious tactic of Roman control. In Rome, 50 miles north of Terracina, Eve examines traces of the same road leading out of the capital.
This is this amazing example of one of the many, many, many thousands of tombs of people who wanted you to see as you walked into the city that they were prominent Romans.
These many tombs of wealthy Romans reveal the importance of this road. It is the main entrance into the ancient city. Eve can date the road through these monuments.
We often date portraits from the Roman period by the hairstyle. The hairstyle of the woman who's on the left is very similar to the hairstyle that we see on some of the portraits of the first Roman Empress, Livia. That's Augustus Octavian's wife. So the 1st century BC would be a good date for the family here.
The dates of these tombs reveal that by the 1st century BC, the Via Appia was already established as one of the most important highways in the ancient world. The Romans began building it almost as soon as they started expanding in the 4th century BC. The Via Appia led to Terracina to the south, extended southeast through Capua, ending at Brundisium in 264 BC. Spanning over 360 miles, it was the first superhighway the Romans ever built and was a vital route for marching armies and military supplies. This huge paved road, averaging 20 feet in width, allowed Rome to concentrate its troops rapidly and maintain control of far-flung territories. It was crucial to Rome's military domination of the Italian peninsula.
Very early on in Rome's history, it has the ability to create massive infrastructure.
In Terracina, at the dig site, Paul and Francesca are hunting for artifacts to date the buildings of the temple here and find new clues about Rome's expansion. But their project might have to come to a halt.
There are thunderstorms coming from the north to Terracina. This is quite a difficult situation for us because we're on top of the mountain, so we are kind of exposed.
Last year, the team sheltered in one of the ancient temples during a storm, and it was hit by lightning.
Excavating in a thunderstorm is like the most dangerous thing what you can do.
Everyone hurries off the site. In Gunzenhausen, Germany, Boris and his team are ready to put their Roman replica boat on water.
Hello. Hello. How is it going? Are we ready to take off? Hopefully it will not sink.
They want to test its speed and efficiency to find out if shipbuilding technology and engineering are the secret to Rome's expansion into the Mediterranean. First, they need to tow the 2.2-ton vessel out of the hangar.
Noch drei. Weiter, passt. Stop. You may go ahead. You're ready.
It has been a year in the making, so they take great care.
Geradeaus. Wunderbar, wunderbar.
Once out, Boris reverses the boat slowly into the water. No one knows if the ancient hemp waterproofing technique will work. There's a real risk it will sink. The boat is finally afloat. But water starts seeping in.
We just have to look, yeah? It's not sure. Water is coming in, but it seems to be okay. It's a right amount of water.
The boat can handle around 3 inches of water inside the hull, but more could become dangerous. This allows the planks to expand and lock the hemp inside.
Okay, done. Hit on.
The Roman shipbuilding design is so far proving solid. Off the west coast of Sicily, the divers have cleaned up the ram and wrapped a strap around it. Peter and the team aboard the Hercules are getting ready to lift it.
Keep an eye on the blue gear.
Okay, we got a ram. Here we go. All right, start moving the boat, please. Request 6 meters 020.
The main challenge is to attach the strap to the ship's powerful crane without damaging the brittle ram.
Back deck, deploy the crane.
Deploy the crane.
First, the ROV has to pick up the heavy hook of the crane.
Dave, if you could just keep an eye on the tether in the top left. Right. No. Left. We'll go with the left. Yeah.
Or down. Hey.
Okay.
Then it needs to pass the tether of the strap through the crane's hook.
You have to spin around, come in that way. Back up, back up, back up. Let it clear.
Each movement of the ROV kicks up sand, reducing the water visibility, so progress is slow.
You got a straight shot in. Straight shot in now. Push right. All right.
Eventually, the two are connected.
Does everybody agree we're clear?
We're clear.
All right, let's lift.
The ram has been underwater for 2,300 years. There's a huge risk that lifting it will tear it apart. Everyone in the control room holds their breath.
I'm hoping it comes up in one piece. Yeah. Up 3 meters.
Coming up.
In Gunzenhausen, Germany, Boris has enlisted the help of 18 students and volunteers.
Loose the ropes. Okay. Ready at oars. Put the oars in the water at the signal go. And go. And go.
They want to find out how fast a Roman ship is and how easy it is to maneuver. It could reveal if engineering gave Rome the edge in naval warfare.
Against the wind. They are rowing against the wind. Very, very heavy, difficult, rough. Go!
The strong winds bring the boat to a standstill.
I can't feel my hands, actually, but we have to continue rowing.
Keep to the rudder!
The Roman soldiers who rode into battle needed their energy to fight. Far from shore, in the full blast of the wind, Boris is facing another challenge.
There's no modern keel, and we only have the grip with the rudders in the back part of the ship.
The ancient keel of the boat is flat. It only extends around 13 inches underwater.
The wind is coming from the side and the ship is drifting.
In windy conditions, the flat boat drifts dangerously. Boris tries to direct his team and stabilize the course.
Nur Steuerbord rudern, Backbord ruder rein, Steuerbord rudern.
In battle, losing control of the boat could be fatal.
Los, Backbord fertig, rudern.
The Roman admirals and mariners must have been extremely well trained to navigate large ships at sea. Back on course, the boat quickly starts gaining speed.
I think the design is rather good. It's a fast ship.
The boat averages 4 miles per hour, but it can reach up to 8 miles per hour during a sprint. At this speed, plunging into another ship with a ram attached to the front would cause catastrophic damage. After almost 2 hours on the water, Boris and his team return to harbor.
Before starting, I thought it would be harder. Against the wind, it's quite exhausting, but once we are at some speed, it's much easier, and I think we could do it for some hours.
This boat is very easy to maneuver, and one can understand that Roman soldiers are able to control the boat, to find the best position according to the wind. I think the result is a success.
With a fleet of hundreds of fast, well-built ships, the highly skilled Roman sailors had become a formidable match for their enemies, the Carthaginians. Off the coast of Sicily, the ram is finally coming out of the sea.
We have liftoff.
Step to the ram. Ram is at 80. Bring it to the surface.
Everyone has gathered on deck for the big moment, including the Director of Underwater Cultural Heritage, Valeria Livini. The heavy ram has made it up in one piece.
Peter, look. The force of the damage here
Yes.
produced a crack all the way up here.
And also in this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, damage on every face.
It's made of cast bronze, but still bears traces of the violent clash that sank the ship it was attached to during the Battle of the Agates. The next challenge for Peter and Valeria is to work out if it's from a Roman or Carthaginian ship.
E poi non ha iscrizioni,
No inscription.
quindi forse è cartaginese. Forse.
Carthaginian Navy?
I think.
The Romans usually decorate and inscribe their rams. The lack of any inscription suggests this one is Carthaginian. And remarkably, the size of the ram itself hints at the dimensions of the ship.
And on the inside is the wood. Yeah. 3 different timbers. Yeah. And this is a big keel.
We really need to get some samples. Can we do that? Great.
I mean, it's big timbers that it's covering here. I mean, this would have been a big ship.
The ship's size might have been a significant drawback. It made it harder to maneuver. This might even be the reason it was rammed and sank.
This ship must have run into one that was much better made, and it must have just crushed like a can when it impacted the other vessel.
For centuries, the Carthaginians ruled the Mediterranean. The rams on their ships were lethal weapons. In 241 BC, at the Battle of the Agates, they outnumbered the Romans, but were heavy with supplies. The Roman navy, now a match for their enemies, took down their masts and rowed at speed into battle. They outmaneuvered the Carthaginians, ramming and sinking 50 of their ships and winning a shock victory. The unexpected naval victory changed the balance of power in the Mediterranean and opened the door for Rome's conquests overseas.
This was an amazing mission that is rewriting what we know about the Roman Navy, the Carthaginian Navy, and ancient military history. It really is giving insight into what it was like to be on board ships in the ancient period.
Next season, Peter and the team plan to return and scour the seabed for more artifacts to get a fuller picture of this defining Roman victory. In Tunis, Najib investigates how the loss of this battle affected Carthage. He heads to a very special site in the south of the city.
We find several layers of burials. The earliest layers go back to 750 BC.
The site is a Tophet, a sacred burial place for children. This special cemetery was established at the same time as the city of Carthage, around the 8th century BC. Each of these stelae was placed next to an urn, which held the cremated remains of a child. Najib looks for the last burials.
They stopped by the mid-2nd BC.
Only 100 years after the Battle of the Agates, the Carthaginians abandoned their precious graveyard.
The Tophet functioned with a city, with people who lived here, and they buried their babies here. The use of such a cemetery stopped with the destruction of the city of Carthage.
Najib looks for more clues of this devastating event. In a corner of the site, he finds an unexpected ancient construction, a vault.
It was not built by the Carthaginians because Carthaginians never knew the use of the vault nor the arch. So it could be only Roman. The Romans built this vault and surely many other ones on top of the remains of Carthage.
The Romans built over this precious burial site. It's evidence the Battle of the Agates wasn't the end of the rivalry. A few decades after the clash at sea, a Carthaginian warrior rose up, Hannibal. He crossed the Alps with war elephants and wreaked havoc in Italy for 15 years. Then, in 204 BC, Roman general Scipio landed his army in North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home. They fought an epic battle. The fast Roman cavalry massacred the Carthaginian infantry. Carthage signed a truce that lasted just 50 years, until Rome invaded and burned it to the ground, and later rebuilt it as their own city in Africa. In the 2nd century BC, Rome's expansion engulfed the Carthaginian Empire and was pushing even further. In Terracina, the storm has passed. Paul needs to assess its damage on the dig site.
The storm last night was very terrible. So what are we doing?
Today the soil is very wet. I think it's a good idea to make a little survey of the area we don't excavate, so we can find pottery.
The team can use the setback to its advantage. The dark, waterlogged soil means pale pottery is much more visible.
We have a lot of finds, more finds than a normal day.
The temple that once stood here is now in ruins, its remains scattered on the mountainside. The archaeologists hope these many pieces of pottery can reveal when the Romans built it and what it looked like. Francesca spots something unexpected among the finds.
This is part of the decoration of the temple. It's a terracotta. I think it's a flower or something like this.
Yeah, that's amazing. Wow, yeah, this is actual part of the architecture.
Yes, this is the early decoration.
The Romans used terracotta to help decorate their buildings. The style of these pieces can help pinpoint the date of their earliest temple on site.
This is a Roman tile, you can say by the form. It was part of the roof. This must have been part of the 2nd century BCE, more or less.
From the 2nd century BC, the Romans built magnificent temples here. The largest was likely dedicated to Venus, their goddess of love, fertility, and victory. They overlooked the commercial harbor of Terracina and were a visual representation of Rome's power and riches.
Picture yourself as an ancient Roman standing in the streets of Terracina, looking up the hill, and then the monumentalization of these temples, like growing and growing as the empire was growing at this very time.
Paul thinks the temple here is built on even greater spoils of war. He examines an extraordinary recent discovery, a terracotta head.
What we see here is the most amazing piece we found just a couple of days ago.
Paul compares its features to an established depiction of a famous warrior.
The most recognizable feature is that he's turning his head, and you can see it here. So it gives you an expression that he is in a dynamic position and looking through the landscape, also the armies he's in control of. We are quite sure that it's Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great built a huge empire in the 4th century BC. Paul thinks the Romans wanted to follow his example.
Alexander the Great, he conquered the East until modern India, and now the Romans starting to conquer this territory which was already conquered by Alexander the Great. So this is really a symbol for the power of Rome in the East.
The Romans conquered Alexander's homeland, Greece, in the middle of the 2nd century BC, just as they conquered Carthage. These incredible victories established Rome as the new military powerhouse of the ancient Mediterranean world.
You show the man who conquered the world, and now the Romans had conquered the world.
In Rome, Eve examines the ancient buildings inside the Forum.
We see the Coliseum in the distance there, built on the spoils of conquest and war. We see triumphal arches. So when the Roman victorious generals came back through to the city, cheering crowds would greet them, and they would parade the spoils of conquest through the Forum.
Rome's unexpected victory in the Battle of the Agates was a springboard for many more conquests, monumentalized in this famous capital city.
They were the first to display their enormous power, potential, their military might in such grand terms. They're there for us to read, and they're there for us to try and understand.
The team's investigations have led to new evidence of how Rome first expanded into its immediate neighborhood. It then built imposing structures like temples and roads to control its growing territories and showcase its power. The Romans built a mighty fleet that defeated a formidable enemy, the Carthaginian Empire, and gave them control of the Mediterranean. Future excavations will add precious information to how one small city gained so much power that it dominated the ancient world. In Italy, deep in the countryside, archaeologists have made the discovery of a lifetime. A long-lost Roman amphitheater.
Madonna.
Va tutto sotto, sì.
Their excavation reveals an opening that was buried deep in the ground for over 1,000 years.
Vado a prendere una torcia.
Now the team dares to enter the tunnel in a quest to uncover its hidden secrets.
Madonna.
The Coliseum, in the heart of Rome. Today, this monumental building is an enduring symbol of the Roman Empire. Famous for its spectacular gladiator contests of brutality and death. Its scale and ambition was legendary. Now, an international team of archaeologists is investigating how this megastructure became so crucial to the Roman Empire.
It was initially a Roman amphitheatre, and it becomes the symbol of Rome. I have to ask the question, why?
The weathered facade of today shows little trace of the marble that originally adorned this colossus. Statues of gods and goddesses once stood in the arches. This icon, completed in 80 AD, seated 50,000 spectators. It was a gift to the people from Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus. Romans gathered alongside the emperor in his imperial box under a retractable awning to witness the greatest and bloodiest entertainment of ancient Rome, the gladiator fights.
It was built to impress, and it still does.
British archaeologist Valerie Higgins has made the city of Rome her home and has a lifelong passion for its ancient civilization. She's exploring how the Coliseum, an arena of entertainment, became so central to the very idea of Rome. Valerie wants to investigate what went on behind the scenes of the amphitheatre's spectacular shows. She heads down to the area beneath the arena floor, once a warren of dark tunnels, to look for clues.
There are lots of these holes surrounded by white stone all over the basement of the Coliseum, and they're quite intriguing. They must have a purpose, and that purpose has to be something that's happening up on the arena floor.
Valerie hunts for more evidence in the surviving structures.
They've cut a groove here, you can see that clearly in the rock. So there is something that is going up and down at this point. It looks like there's been some machinery here.
Everywhere there are traces of the mechanisms that powered the dazzling shows up above.
These stones are at a strange angle. The only reason I can think of why they would be there is that this was a ramp into the arena. It gives you a sense of how the Romans created magic in the spectacle. Because up through the ramp could come animals or people appearing as if by magic in the arena.
Expertly designed pulleys and cages delivered wild animals into the arena to astonish the crowds. The spectacle began with a hunt. Hundreds of wild animals from across the Roman Empire were released and slaughtered by trained hunters. Next were the gruesome executions. Many convicted criminals were mauled to death by wild animals. And then, the stage was set for the grand finale. Gladiators fighting head to head. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to entertain the Colosseum's vast crowds. To explore why, Valerie's going deeper behind the scenes. At Volterra in Tuscany, 130 miles north of Rome, a team of archaeologists is unearthing an extraordinary discovery. One that might help solve the puzzle of why the Colosseum was so central to the Roman Empire. Elena Sorge is the team leader.
La cosa che mi piace di più dell'essere archeologa è l'odore della polvere, della terra scavata, ha un profumo particolare.
For over a millennium, no one knew what lay hidden here under the grass. Until now. Buried in the ground is a long-lost look-alike Coliseum.
Appena mi sono resa conto della portata della scoperta, non ho dormito per una settimana e devo dire La cosa più bella che mi sia mai accaduta.
Finding a totally unknown, unexcavated amphitheater here is one of the discoveries of the century.
Let's go ahead and kick this one off.
All right.
This ancient virgin site, untouched by previous excavations, has attracted an international team.
It's good to go. Out of the scene.
Shifting thousands of tons of soil, they're unearthing the old arena, the audience seating, and long-lost hidden treasures. Archaeologist Valeria D'Acchino grew up in the region and works alongside Elena.
This amphitheater disappeared during the centuries, so we are awakening a big stone giant.
And there's a mystery. The ancient people of this region weren't Roman. They were rivals called Etruscans. This was one of the last areas of the Italian peninsula to fall under Roman rule. Why was a Roman amphitheater built here at all? The team knows that the best way to find out why it was built is to find out when it was built. Any new discovery could add a crucial piece to the puzzle. The team has found a vase deep in the ground. It has survived in one piece for at least 1,500 years.
Eva.
They call Eva Pianini, the lead restorer, to examine the find. They are looking for any clue that might allow them to precisely date the pottery. Eva sees something beneath the mud.
There is something strange in his face.
Valeria arrives to take a closer look. Could it be a special stamp that might help date it?
It's a fingerprint.
The ancient potter has left their mark.
No stamp.
No stamp, no date, but still a human touch from across the centuries. Eva sends the vase to a lab off-site for further analysis. The hunt for clues continues. On another part of the site, there's a sudden commotion. The team uncovers an unexpected opening.
Vado a prendere una torcia.
Elena races to the scene.
È una cosa spettacolare. Andiamo veloce, tu che devo scendere.
Madonna.
Che la tieni? Sì?
Quanti si mette di sopra?
Elena is the first to enter this tunnel in over 1,000 years.
Ok?
Un vano con altri 2 archi.
At Richborough in southern England, another buried Roman amphitheatre is being excavated. Tony Wilmot is the lead archaeologist on the dig.
It's exciting to excavate because it's the one building type that the Romans invented themselves without pinching it from the Greeks.
Tony is the first to excavate the amphitheatre in 150 years.
We're here to try and understand the amphitheatre, try and understand everything about it, the date, the structure, the way it's built.
Most of the huge ancient structure remains hidden under this vast mound. Over the years, debris and earth have collapsed into the arena, filling it 9 feet deep. After weeks of digging, the team succeeds in exposing the arena wall. On examination, it's clear that it's made from chalk block. This is unlike other Roman walls in the area, which were made from more durable stone. Historian Paul Patterson is responsible for the work at Richborough. He has come to examine the arena wall.
It's something of a surprise, the materials that they've used. We can see it was very clearly constructed of chalk blocks, quarried locally. Materials that were easily available, ready to hand, rather than having to go some great distance, might indicate that the construction is quite early.
It was here at Richborough that the Romans invaded Britain in 43 AD. It now seems likely that the amphitheatre may have been built not long after. It's a major discovery for the dig. But like the Romans before them, the team must contend with the English weather. It's raining hard. If the soil's wet, the team risks damaging fragments of history underfoot. There's no choice but to stop and take cover.
The rain has now seeped through, and we flooded basically in the deeper areas down in the arena, which means that we have to bail it out. We'll get there. This is the romance of archaeology in action.
In Rome, Valerie continues her investigation in a strange structure discovered alongside the Coliseum.
This is, I would say, residential quarters for the gladiators.
There's something here that catches Valerie's eye. The remains of a semicircular wall.
It looks like a curved arena, which is the same shape as the arena in the Coliseum.
The shape is a clue to the function of this large space.
It's a mini Coliseum. This must have been where they were training and preparing for these very complex games. What this arena here shows us is these were not just games that were thrown together where you get two guys to come out and fight. These were games that took a lot of choreography and a lot of preparation.
Gladiator fights began in the 4th century BC. They were performed at funerals to honor the dead. In the 1st century BC, Julius Caesar supersized the ritual with games of hundreds of fighters and wild animals to commemorate his relatives. The games later developed into a state-funded industry, with special schools to train the gladiators, and amphitheaters for audiences in their tens of thousands. The Coliseum, the biggest ever ancient amphitheater, was built by order of Emperor Vespasian in the 1st century AD. Why did he want this colossus and its games? Valerie continues her search into the streets of Rome. North of Rome, in Volterra, Elena emerges from her first exploration of the tunnel at the newly discovered amphitheater. On another part of the same site, American architectural technologists Paul Aubin and Mark Dietrich are capturing the ancient structure with a state-of-the-art laser scanner.
That was all filled in.
It was all filled
up to that height.
Yeah.
The laser bounces off every inch of this ancient structure to create a digital map of the site. This means the team can study it in forensic detail.
You can't describe the feeling of being really inside of a monument that has just been discovered and is just literally emerging out of the ground.
The team hopes to find clues to unlock the mysteries of this site. When and why it was built.
Perfect.
Their scans help to recreate the structure in its prime. Volterra's ruins today form a section of an oval-shaped amphitheater. Sandstone arches once supported the seating for 10,000 spectators around a central arena. The team believes that the builders cut part of the structure into the bedrock of a hill and dug vaulted galleries connecting the arena to stairs around the outside. As the pieces of the puzzle come together, a whole amphitheater is emerging, with each new discovery adding to the picture of a mini Coliseum.
Finally get to go into this tunnel.
Yeah, really anxious to see what it looks like in there.
Mark and Paul are keen to scan the tunnel first entered by Elena.
All right, watch your footing here.
The entrance is now cleared and ready for their investigations.
Tell this hasn't seen the light of day in a long time. Wow. Look at that.
Their high-tech, high-precision equipment measures up to 2 million data points per second.
I just can't believe this. Spectacular.
Wow. Look how tight the joints are in those arches.
That's incredible.
Definitely try and get in there too.
What do you think, Paul?
Maybe if we lower the scanner all the way, we can still get a nice shot in there.
Right. Let's do it. Right. Let's see what the scanner saw. Oh, wow.
Wow, there's another arch over there.
I didn't know that other arch was back there.
I'm just wondering how many other passages must be back there.
That is remarkable.
The scans reveal a network of unknown hidden passageways that could help the team decipher when and why this amphitheater was built. In Rome, Valerie is working with local pilot Marco Giordano to launch a drone mounted with a high-definition camera. She hopes a fresh perspective will help her investigation. She wants to identify the site of the theatre of Pompeii, built 100 years before the Coliseum.
I can see the buildings today are following the same shape as the Theatre of Pompeii.
The theatre no longer exists, but it was originally built in the form of a semicircle. Spotting the telltale curve in the streets below, Valerie sets out to find the location.
Well, I can see from the shape of this building that this must be on the seating of the Theatre of Pompey. You can see this from the way that it's curved and also from the way that everything is sloping backwards. So underneath our feet here, there would have been steps going up that would have been the Roman seating for the stage, which was over on this side.
The ancient theatre was built by the Roman politician and general Pompey in 55 BC. It was the first permanent theatre in Rome, built not in wood, but in stone. A vehicle for Pompey's political ambition, he used it to win popular support.
The Theatre of Pompey really demonstrates to us just how connected politics and entertainment is. It's not just about going to theatre performances. This is about political power.
Valerie thinks the Coliseum, a theatre for gladiatorial games, was also built to win popular support.
This is a really interesting superimposition of the Theatre of Pompey on the modern street plan of Rome. If you put it close to a plan of the Coliseum, these are quite similar dimensions.
The theatre and amphitheatre are both huge but different shapes. One is a semicircle, the other a near full circle.
The amphitheatre is a little bit like two theatres put together.
Doubling the size of their Coliseum suggests Emperors Vespasian and Titus wanted a huge audience for their games. Valerie's investigations are closing in on the true purpose of the giant amphitheatre. In Richborough, England. Now the rainstorm has passed. Tony and Paul are checking progress at the newly exposed wall.
It's really come up.
Oh, it's really come up, yeah. Yeah, and it hasn't been damaged by the weather either, happily.
They can make out traces of ancient paint on plastered walls.
We've got blues and red and yellow. The sort of curves of that red over there. I wouldn't be surprised if that was just the last vestiges of a figure.
This is a real surprise to me.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah.
But to find it plastered with paint.
Yeah, if you'd asked me whether it was likely, you know, before we started, I'd say, never in a million years.
They believe they've uncovered a fresco where the paint has been applied to wet plaster.
Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought of that.
Nor me, nor me.
An amphitheatre with a fresco like this is a rare find.
There's none in Britain.
No, there's none in Britain. A pattern, decorative, and an arena wall, it is of international importance.
Walls in the Coliseum itself were painted too. Brilliant reds, blues, and greens. The painted arena wall reveals how much care the Romans lavished on the Richborough amphitheatre. It's new evidence of how important this amphitheatre was to the Romans who built it. But within hours, it starts raining again. They must act fast to protect the newly exposed fresco.
Well, once again, we've had to cover the walls, cover the chalk walls and the wall painting. So we're under blue tarps again.
For the second time, the weather forces the team to down tools. Valerie returns to the Coliseum to continue her investigation into why it became so important to Rome.
You're always kind of following the curve around.
The amphitheatre was built as an oval megastructure, measuring 1/3 of a mile in circumference. Spectators could enter via 80 archways.
I can see numbers written in Roman numerals. This one is XXX1132, and then going along XXX1V34. What this is indicating, I think, has to be the number that was on the ticket that you got in order to enter the arena.
As a spectator, you'd be just one of thousands. Unlike the half circle of the old Roman theatre of Pompeii, this was a full wraparound arena. Audience capacity more than doubled from 20,000 to 50,000.
Once inside, you would be directed to your section of seating, but you didn't get to choose what it was. As you go further up to the top of the amphitheatre, it gets steeper. And you go along dark corridors and you come out into a section of seating which has been assigned to you.
Seats were allocated according to social status. The place with the worst view was right at the top.
It may well have been standing room only, and the people who stood there were the slaves and the women.
Those with the greatest status sat closest to the emperor in his imperial box. First were the elite senators. Sitting in the marble rows above them were a noble rank of Roman knights known as the equites. Above them were groups of soldiers, adolescent boys with tutors, and married men, with other ordinary citizens of Rome. In the highest levels were Rome's lower classes, enslaved people and poorer citizens, along with the women and children.
When you went to the games at the amphitheatre, you really were, in a very literal sense, put in your place.
The massive wraparound theatre had another hidden function. Engineering a 360-degree space put everyone in full view of everyone else. It's not just the gladiators who were put on show. It was the audience, too.
It was a very socially reinforcing act to go to the amphitheatre because you really understood your place in society.
It was a social performance, one that reinforced the hierarchy of Roman society. The Coliseum wasn't built simply to entertain the people. It was built to keep them under control. In Volterra, Mark and Paul review their laser scans in 3D.
You can really start to see
the shape of
the overall shape.
I mean, look at that. This was all just a big grass field.
The 3D imaging allows them to identify the underlying engineering. Not just the tunnels, but the whole amphitheatre.
We're really getting a nice hint of the elliptical shape now.
Yeah, it's really neat. It's so much more clear now, the geometry of this amazing monument.
The digital data reveals patterns not obvious to the naked eye. The hope is that the hidden geometry will hold the key to understanding when and why this amphitheatre was built. But Mark and Paul's investigations don't stop here.
Oh, this scan position is absolutely perfect. It's going to allow us to get the tops of these walls over here.
This is the ancient theatre at Volterra, not far from the newly discovered amphitheatre. It was built at the end of the 1st century BC. The scans of this building can be compared with the scans of the amphitheatre. Analysis of the theatre's seating and the amphitheatre's arena suggests they may have been built by the same architect for the Caecinas, a local clan not of Roman, but Etruscan origin. In the 1st century BC, with Volterra under Roman rule, Aulus Caecina wrote a tirade against Caesar and was banished. But over the next 100 years, Caecinas became renowned senators in Rome. In Volterra, Caecinas displayed their grand ambitions with lavish Roman buildings, the theatre, and now it seems, the amphitheatre too. Finally, with the help of the 3D scans, the team is solving the mystery of when and why this ancient structure was built. The evidence suggests that it was constructed around the same time and for the same reason as the theatre, as a testimony to Roman power in the reign of Emperor Augustus.
An amphitheater is a symbol of the Roman power. They are very important from a political point of view. These kind of buildings are very important for us to understand the relationship within Rome.
The amphitheatre was more than just a spectacular building, an arena for gladiatorial games. It was a symbol of Rome and Romanness. Not only in Italy, but in places like Richborough, on the outer reaches of the empire. In Richborough, England, Tony and his team are investigating why this amphitheatre was built 800 miles from Rome. Battling the weather, the team is working on the plastered and painted arena wall when they begin to uncover a puzzling structure alongside it. Once it's fully dug out, Tony finds a clue to its function.
What we have is a slight stain here, a nice straight line against the mortar floor. This is probably the base of a timber frame door of this entrance.
Evidence of a door onto the arena leads Tony to an exciting conclusion.
What this is a carcer. It's a place where animals or people waiting to go into the arena would be incarcerated, where we get the word from. It's a chamber off the back of the arena wall. This is really the waiting room for anything that's going to die in the arena. This would be a very, very grim place. This is where, you know, the fear would click in before that door rose and you went to meet whatever it was in front of you in the arena.
This significant find reveals how even many hundreds of miles from Rome, spectacle is still key.
You've got people coming and going from the rest of the Roman Empire, and this is what they might expect. These are people who are soldiers, they're traders, they're imperial officials, and they would want to have, you know, those aspects of Roman culture that they could get anywhere else in the empire.
This amphitheatre, built soon after the invasion of Britain in 43 AD, is the vanguard of empire. Not just for the conquerors, but for the vanquished too.
It's about spreading the idea of the Roman way. And the way they do that is that they try and convince the conquered populations that this new way of life is a better way of life. the amphitheatre and the things that went on in an amphitheatre is one way of doing that. We see this all over the Roman Empire.
230 amphitheatres, mini Coliseums, have been discovered across the empire. Built between the 1st century BC and the 4th century AD, they stretched from England to Africa. Some of them still stand at Pompeii and Verona in Italy, at Arles in France, Italica in Spain, El Gem in Tunisia, and Pula in Croatia. Their forms of entertainment were always the same, a way for the Roman rulers to spread their Roman values. Enemies of Rome faced public execution. They were crucified, burnt at the stake, or mauled by wild animals. Gladiators wore armor inspired by ancient enemies and mythical Roman characters. They fought with different weapons and armor to show off Roman values of courage and valor. Even facing certain death, a gladiator would be expected to die bravely. The amphitheatre Romanized its conquered peoples. But Rome needed Romanizing too. And this would be the task of the greatest amphitheatre of them all, the Coliseum. All paths lead back to the Coliseum, and Valerie is at the crux of her investigation.
Rome was the centre of a huge empire, and like all huge empires, it has a lot of migration to its centre. So most of the people who are sitting around this arena probably originated somewhere else. But the one thing that kind of made them Roman, that actually created a feeling of Romanness, is that they sat and watched this spectacle.
At the Coliseum, the emperor made sure he personified Rome. He had his grand entrance, the Imperial Gate, and he sat in his imperial box for all to see.
This is the best view in the arena, and it's not only the best view, it's the best place to be viewed. We should be in no doubt that it was putting on games like this that was really crucial to the emperor keeping power.
The genius of Emperor Vespasian and his son, builders of the Colosseum, was to harness the gladiatorial games to the power of the emperor. But it wouldn't last forever. In Volterra, as the team pieces together the story of the once-buried amphitheatre, Valeria uncovers a mysterious structure.
This is an opening, for sure, probably a window. Here you can see the contact point between these blocks, and it means that this opening has been filled in.
This clear line between the original and new stone shows the window has been bricked up. It points to a radical shift in the amphitheatre's history.
This testifies probably the phase in which this building has been abandoned, maybe at the beginning of the 5th century AD.
The beginning of the 5th century AD is around the time the gladiator games were banned throughout the Roman Empire. Was this blocked-up window the beginning of the end for the amphitheatre. In 313 AD, Emperor Constantine outlawed the persecution of Christians, and his reforms began to change the games. He banned crucifixion for convicted criminals, but allowed gladiator fights to persist. In 404 AD, a Christian monk tried to stop a gladiatorial contest, but was stoned to death by the crowd. It's said that the sight turned the heart of the Christian emperor Honorius, who then banned the games altogether. In a new Christian era, the Coliseum came to be seen in a different light.
This inscription commemorates the Christians who were killed under the Roman Empire. This became a place that symbolized all of the Christian martyrs who died. It symbolizes the inhumanity of what was happening in the arena when people were being executed in this horrific way.
The Roman Empire was the most powerful on earth. And this amphitheatre, the magnificent Coliseum, was its monument. Archaeologists are discovering that an amphitheatre symbolized Rome wherever it was built. From the provinces to the outer corners of empire, their excavations are revealing how amphitheatres came to stand for the might of Rome, for social order, military valor, and imperial power. Symbolism so powerful that amphitheatres represent the Roman Empire to this day.
Romano, fai attenzione lì che è mezzo vuoto.
On the outskirts of Rome, archaeologists are breaking into a secret underground chamber.
Che faccio? Continuo a allargare qua? Poi allarghiamo là. Oh.
Avrei bisogno di un caschetto con la luce.
It could reveal clues to the disappearance of an ancient palace.
Con le mani così, giusto?
Con le mani in alto.
Emperor Nero's legendary golden house.
Attento anche te però, eh?
Allora.
E c'è tantissimo materiale combusto, ossa.
Rome, the eternal city. Its monumental wonders still stand proud after 2 millennia of history. And one of its most fascinating ancient structures lies buried here, beneath the city. The Domus Aurea, the Golden House, a vast palace built in the 1st century AD. It was the most extravagant construction in the history of Rome. Why was the Golden House buried? And what can its fate reveal about its builder, Rome's most notorious emperor, Nero? Today, teams of experts are launching investigations across Italy that could offer new clues.
We are in the core of Rome. It's incredible. We work where emperors have worked. It's amazing.
Beneath the Colle Oppio Park in the center of Rome, a team of conservation specialists is fighting to preserve the surviving remains of the Domus Aurea, an underground maze of painted rooms and corridors. Rome native Maria Bartoli is the head of conservation.
La sensazione di lavorare per la Domus Aurea è sicuramente di un grande orgoglio di far parte di un gruppo che si occupa della conservazione di un monumento così talmente importante.
The surviving sections of the Domus Aurea are buried up to 13 feet deep. Until excavation in the 18th century, almost all of the rooms were backfilled with soil and rubble too. The Golden House is in fragile condition.
C'è anche il senso di grande responsabilità nel sapere che ci si sta occupando di un monumento che ha talmente tante problematiche che è molto difficile da risolvere.
The earth above weighs more than 700 pounds per square foot. The 2,000-year-old structure wasn't built to bear this vast load, so it's in danger of collapsing.
Queste sono efflorescenze saline che trattengono goccioline di acqua.
Water is infiltrating from above, and the once highly decorated walls are coated in dirt.
È completamente coperta da questo strato spesso di residui terrosi molto compatti, carbonatati e aderenti alla superficie della pellicola pittorica.
The team must carefully clear the wall.
L'operazione non è semplice perché si rischia di perdere dei dettagli preziosi della decorazione.
Che bisogna assolutamente assottigliare.
The work is painstaking. It takes hours to reveal and preserve every inch of the ancient decoration. And with every passing day, the risk of losing this precious art grows greater.
Questi residui sono potenzialmente molto dannosi perché da una parte possono innescare attacchi microbiologici, possono distaccarsi portando con sé parte della decorazione.
Large swathes of the ancient walls have already been eaten away by harmful algae that thrive in the humid climate here. Maria must clean all of the walls to prevent another biological attack. In the vast underground maze, she has a gargantuan task ahead of her. American archaeologist Darius Aurea is investigating why Nero's magnificent palace ended up rotting underground. 22 years ago, Darius traded his home in the United States for Italy's capital to follow his childhood fascination with Roman history.
Nero is a very interesting character. I mean, this person looms in the history books larger than life. He was a showman. He's still fascinating. And those anecdotes that are applied to him, whether or not they're true, just adds to these layers of understanding the nuanced character of Nero.
The fate of the Domus Aurea may be connected to Nero's own story. Nero became emperor at just 16 after his stepfather Claudius died in 54 AD. Some say Claudius was poisoned by his wife, Agrippina, to make way for her son. Ancient writers described Nero as a cold-blooded ruler, reporting he poisoned his stepbrother out of jealousy and had his domineering mother assassinated. They claimed his taste for violence was limitless. Roaming the streets at night in disguise, he would stab victims at random and throw them into the sewers. Darius wants to explore how much of Nero's reputation is true, and if it is connected to the fate of the Domus Aurea. A few feet into the complex, he spots a first clue: an unexcavated room.
This room is filled with debris. It's filled with fragments of brick, pottery, fragments of tuff. This is all building material. I see some decoration, little bits and pieces of marble here and there, and porphyry. But this is an intentional fill. This is a massive project to fill in this entire space in a very orderly fashion.
It is clear evidence someone deliberately buried the Domus Aurea.
Look at this.
Strange shapes on the floor in one of the rooms could shed some more light.
You can see a pattern in the cement, and literally it's showing you where there were panels of cut marble that made a decorative pattern, they've been removed. So all we have is just the imprint of what they once were and how beautifully this floor would have been.
Decorative marble was an unmistakable mark of luxury in the Roman world.
We can still see that you have this beautiful ceiling with all kinds of decorative features and shapes, elements, framing then with a stucco work, and there are traces of gilding in the ceiling.
Darius can still make out remains of unimaginable splendor. It's clear that when Nero built the Domus Aurea, he spared no expense. Rooms were decorated with brilliant marble walls and frescoes to impress his guests. Ancient sources describe Nero's hunger for opulence. They say he owned a golden fishing net, a golden box in which he kept deadly poisons. Even his chamber pot was made of gold. He plundered the gold for his palace from all the corners of his vast empire.
It was a place for entertainment and leisure more than anything else. This is not here the residence of the emperor. This is a place for accommodating guests and putting on a great show.
The clues suggest that Nero's taste for luxury might be a factor in the fate of his golden house. In Tivoli, just outside Rome, at the Villa Adriana, archaeologists Benedetta Adembri and Marco Fabbri are excavating the palace of the Emperor Hadrian, who came just 49 years after Nero.
Questo è l'edificio, no?
Sì, questo è l'edificio, questo di fronte a noi.
Discoveries here may help reveal if Nero's Domus Aurea was uniquely extravagant, or if other emperors indulged in similar extreme luxury. Today, the team is investigating an intriguing room inside Hadrian's gymnasium.
Così noi facciamo anche le nostre foto? Sì.
It was reused in later times, and new floors were added. Benedetta and Marco have discovered a void below them. It's possible that a forgotten part of the original room might be hidden beneath.
Noi speriamo di trovare uno stato di conservazione migliore possibile, soprattutto con dei rivestimenti parietali e pavimentali che sono poco noti e sarebbe, come dire, delle scoperte eccezionali.
But they can't just break up the floor without knowing what lies beneath. It could cave in, risking their safety and damage to ancient remains.
Vai, andiamo, stiamo registrando adesso.
The team lowers a camera down into the hole to inspect the void. It reveals the walls continue below the floor, but almost the entire space is filled with rubble.
Cerchiamo di togliere queste due mattonelle.
Now Marco can break up the floor. The challenge is to remove the right tiles. One mistake and the floor could collapse over the void.
Che faccio? Continuo a allargare qua?
Okay. Now Marco can see the walls below, but it's hard to make out any details.
Avrei bisogno di un caschetto con la luce.
Marco decides to venture into the cavity.
No, mi sono bloccato.
Even with 40 years of experience, this is one of the most challenging excavations in his career.
Adesso non la vedi, però la senti coi piedi. Con le mani così, giusto? Con le mani in alto.
On the Palatine, one of Rome's 7 hills, archaeologist Maria Teresa D'Alessio is investigating an intriguing site.
Allora ragazzi, andiamo?
A structure contemporary to Nero's Domus Aurea.
We are in front of the Arch of Constantine and the Square of Coliseum is it's one of the most wonderful places in Rome for an archaeologist, but it's also a little scary, a big responsibility.
The site is less than 500 yards from the buried remains of Nero's Golden House. Maria Teresa believes they could be connected.
Probably they were in the project of the structures related to the Domus Aurea. We know this from the orientation of the structure, from the building techniques.
This structure was originally just beyond the boundary of Nero's Golden House. It shows just how vast the whole palace was.
The Domus Aurea occupied a very big part of the city.
Ancient writers describe 300 rooms, lavishly decorated with gold, gems, and mother-of-pearl. The palace grounds spread between Rome's Oppian Hill and Palatine Hill, covering an area more than 20 times larger than the Coliseum. In the middle, Nero built a private lake for boating. Around the palace, he grew lavish gardens, vineyards, and forests. And at the entrance, he placed a colossal 120-foot-tall bronze statue of himself. The Domus Aurea was a gigantic construction.
Yeah.
Maria Teresa's team is on a mission to unearth the structures here. They could shed new light on who destroyed the Domus Aurea and why.
We started from the high part of the level, and nothing was visible before we worked here. And now we are going down through times, through the history. It's like assembling a puzzle.
Maria Teresa is checking the team's progress when one of her excavators discovers what could be a clue.
Oh, wow.
110 miles south, at Baiae, a team of underwater archaeologists is investigating an extraordinary Roman city. Seismic activity in the 4th century AD plunged Baiae into the sea. 300 years earlier, in Nero's time, it was a fashionable seaside resort, famed for its thermal springs and bathhouses. Vast villas and estates filled the coastline, only to slip into the sea.
We have around 177 hectares of Roman ruins underwater.
Barbara Davide spearheads the project to map and restore the sunken villas that belonged to Nero, his family, and Rome's political elite. Barbara and her dive team head out on the boat to where the ruins of an imperial property are submerged.
It's always exciting to start an activity underwater.
Some 16 feet below the surface, beautiful statues come into view, grouped around a long room.
We can see first the mother of Claudius, of the Emperor Claudius, as Venus, and the status of probably one of the daughter of Claudius or one of the daughter of the imperial family.
The statues depict members of Nero's family, the first imperial dynasty to rule Rome. They're evidence of the presence of the emperor here and show how important Baiae was for his whole ruling family. Nero's ancestor, Julius Caesar, was murdered in 44 BC, sparking a civil war that ended the Republic and led to a long line of emperors. First was Caesar's great-nephew Augustus, who ruled for 40 peaceful years and was declared a god after he died. Tiberius came next in 14 AD. He conquered parts of Germany, but was a reclusive emperor back home. His successor Caligula was known for his cruelty. He enjoyed watching tortures during his feasts. His uncle Claudius followed in 41 AD. He started the conquest of Britain and named Nero as his successor. The Julio-Claudian family made Baiae their seaside home and built an opulent villa at this spot.
The ancient sources tell us that Baiae was called the Little Rome, where the emperors used to stay for their holidays, but also to make important decisions and to meet very important people.
The villa was passed down through the generations to Nero. Ancient writers said he hosted incredible feasts here. Barbara wants to preserve the site and detail all the ruins before the sea claims them.
Underwater is an harsh environment, so archaeological remains at risk. It's a big fight against the marine organism and against the waves, the change of the sea level, and so on.
Southwest of Nero's villa, the divers spot something on the sea floor. As they brush away the silt, an incredible mosaic emerges. In Tivoli, just outside Rome,
Non la vedo.
Non la vedi, però la senti coi piedi.
Con le mani così,
Con le
giusto?
mani in alto.
Marco descends into the underground chamber. He hopes to find a lost part of Hadrian's villa below the new floor. It could help reveal if other emperors' palaces were as luxurious as Nero's golden house.
Qui c'è tantissimo materiale edilizio, tantissime tegole. E c'è tantissimo materiale combusto, ossa.
It looks like an entire room that was carelessly backfilled when the new floor was built. Suddenly, mixed in with the rubble, Marco spots pieces of painted plaster.
Quelli molto belli, molto... Aspetta, ne trovo un bellissimo frammento di affresco. No, è una specie di pendaglio. Sì, adesso te lo porto su. Comunque qui è proprio una miniera di cose, quindi bisogna programmare al prima possibile una rimozione di tutti questi terreni. Allora Benedetta, questo bellissimo con l'incannucciata viene dalla parte bassa del mucchio.
Back above ground, Marco and his colleague Benedetta analyze the frescoes.
Questo è molto diverso come consistenza da quest'altro.
The incredible fresco fragments probably date to Hadrian, and the backfilled room forms a long-lost part of his vast palace.
Noi siamo molto contenti, siamo entusiasti di quello che sta uscendo.
Now, Marco and the team want to excavate the entire space. They will have to be extremely careful. The evidence so far suggests that there will be masses of ancient relics mixed in with the rubble. At the sunken city of Baiae, in the Bay of Naples, Barbara's divers investigate the mosaic they found on the sea floor. The strong current has lifted many of its delicate pieces. The divers carefully identify missing tesserae among the sand. Then they use special underwater mortar to reconstruct the 2,000-year-old mosaic, a black and white fish made from pure marble pieces. It was likely the floor of a lavish villa belonging to one of the political elite.
Ogni volta è una scoperta e vedere questi tesori sommersi.
On the boat, Barbara analyzes a larger piece of marble recovered from the sea floor.
We have marble from Africa, from Asia, from Greece, and also from Italy. These structures was decorated with luxury marble coming from all the Roman world.
Discoveries like these reveal the lavish lifestyle of Baiae's rich. In the 1st century AD, this spa haven was renowned for overindulgence and debauchery. It was Rome's Sin City and Nero's favorite playground.
He loved Baiae. That's why when they decided to build the Domus Aurea in Rome, he had the inspiration of the landscape of Baiae.
When Nero built his golden house with a massive artificial lake, he brought Baiae and its excesses to Rome for all to witness. Nero's notoriety and the downfall of his Domus Aurea may have begun at Baiae. The underwater team continues their investigation eastwards. Soon, a massive structure comes into view, with columned walls nearly 330 feet long and 200 feet wide. Right next to Nero's villa. In Tivoli, Marco and his team painstakingly remove the rubble from the underground room at Hadrian's villa. He identifies a structure emerging from the debris.
C'è una scala che scende di qua, però comunque c'è un livello che scende di qua e un livello che scende di qua.
As they remove the rubble, the features of the ancient room come into view.
Quel muro lì è un muro chiaramente originale, quei mattoni più gialli, e qui vediamo 1, 2 e 3 fori che sono fori per il rivestimento della parete. Sappiamo che queste erano pareti riccamente rivestite di affreschi.
It's not long until more fragments of the precious frescoes emerge.
Guarda,
che bello,
fantastico,
bellissimo.
Ci siamo.
Digging deeper, Marco uncovers more and more fragments.
Bellissimo.
Incredibly preserved.
È una cassa del tesoro.
Ah, bellissimo questo, Guarda quanto è bello questo.
Luce, qualcuno per
favore, la luce qua.
Grazie, grazie.
Questo è perfetto.
E vai. Sabato non buttato via. 60-70 centimetri minimo pieno di questa roba qua.
Questi sono frammenti eccezionali,
Bravo, bravo.
Dobbiamo festeggiare.
The team continues to pull up precious fragments from the room.
Noi stiamo scoprendo, come dire, un piccolo grande tesoro, un mucchio di affreschi a Villa Adriana, dove gli affreschi non sono così noti. Non è detto che sotto forse troviamo anche degli affreschi ancora attaccati alla parete.
Only a few traces of wall paintings have ever been recovered from Hadrian's villa. But here, sealed under the floor, they have remained hidden from the elements and the eyes of robbers, giving Marco a unique insight.
Quello che esce, questi piccoli frammenti, ci fanno capire il lusso di questo ambiente qua. Troviamo una casa dove il lusso e le capacità tecniche sono assolutamente eccezionali.
The hidden room shows Hadrian too lived in an elaborately decorated palace. So the opulence of Nero's Domus Aurea can't be the only reason it was buried. Darius has also come to Tivoli and the Villa Adriana to look for more clues. There could be more to be found, not from underground, but from above. He sends up a high-definition drone to see the size of the Villa Adriana.
Really getting a grand view of the entire complex here. This is just gorgeous. There's a maritime theater over there, the so-called Greek and Latin libraries, the Hospitalia, all the way over to basically the core of the Imperial residence. So there's just so much. They're all just popping out amidst, over 200 acres.
Darius continues his investigation on foot.
I'm underneath now in an entirely man-made construction. What we have here are cells, one after the other, always the same. This was what we'd call the slave corridor, the slave rooms.
Inside the cells, Darius spots a curious feature.
There are brackets inserted on the walls for wooden floors. So actually it was subdivided into mini floors, little mezzanine floors. So we know they're packing in as many people as possible. And in fact, it's known as the Cento Camarelle, the 100 rooms for thousands of slaves that must have worked here, that lived here, that slept here, making the villa work.
With its over 200 acres and thousands of enslaved people, the Villa Adriana was as lavishly decorated as Nero's Domus Aurea, and twice as big.
It is expansive and it is massive, bigger than most cities in the Roman world, but it's outside the city of Rome. Now, if we take a look at the Domus Aurea, you're taking this kind of concept of Hadrian's villa, but you're putting it into the city.
The location of the Domus Aurea could explain why it's now buried, with Nero's reputation rotting with it. Nero built his palace in the center of Rome, claiming a huge area of prime real estate and flaunting his luxurious lifestyle for every Roman to see.
This was just something that had never been seen before and was really something over the top.
In central Rome, near the edge of the Domus Aurea, Maria Teresa is examining the strange find made by one of her team.
And this is the leftover material from the production of something, probably metal, because it's very heavy.
The discovery comes from a lair just above Nero's building here, dating to the time after the destruction of the palace. It is evidence of a change in the way the area was used after Nero. In Nero's day, the Palatine was where the rich and powerful lived.
On the top of the Palatine, there was houses of emperors, because Romulus, the founder, was the first one who lived on the top of the hill, and that's why Augustus and other emperors wanted to live there.
This area in the vibrant heart of Rome was in demand and changed use repeatedly over the centuries. In the dig headquarters, Maria Teresa studies excavation records to explore how Nero managed to build his 125-acre palace complex on this coveted land. She examines a curious lair discovered below his building.
We can see these beautiful marble stairs with black traces on the walls and also pottery with ashes.
The traces of black charring and ashes point to one thing: a ferocious fire. In 64 AD, 10 years into Nero's reign, a fire started near a chariot racing arena and raged across the city for 6 days. Ancient writers claimed Emperor Nero callously played his lyre as he watched the event unfold. Cramped streets helped the inferno spread, destroying over half the city and clearing enough space for Nero to build his Domus Aurea. Nero accused Christians of starting the fire and gruesomely executed them, allegedly burning some as torches at his garden parties.
We know that slope of the Palatine burned with the other structures. within the fire of 64, and then was the new construction of the Domus Aurea.
Some ancient historians claimed Nero had started and spread the fire deliberately. Modern investigations have since cast doubt on his guilt. Rome was a cramped tinderbox, ready to ignite with any careless spark from countless open fires. Nero even opened public buildings and his own estates as shelters and housed those made homeless. But the rumors of his involvement were fanned by Nero's enemies in the immediate aftermath. Incensed by excess spending and taxation, and now outraged by the building of the Domus Aurea, Nero and his palace were now in peril. In the Bay of Naples, at the sunken city of Baiae, Barbara and her team are continuing their investigation of the structure next to Nero's palace. It's a massive villa. On board the dive boat, she analyzes an inscribed lead pipe previously recovered from the complex.
This object is very important for us because thanks to this object we can know the name of the owners of this very important villa.
The inscription on the pipe reads L. Pisoni.
The Pisoni family was a very important family during the reign of Nero.
Gaius Calpurnius Piso was a high-ranking senator, one of Rome's richest and most powerful men. From his villa at Baiae, he watched Nero's excesses for 11 years, until the building of the Domus Aurea on the scorched ruins of Rome drove him into action. 1 year after the fire, Piso organized a plot to kill Nero at Baiae. One of the conspirators instructed a former servant to sharpen a knife for the assassination. But the suspicious man reported his former master to Nero's secretary, foiling the plot and revealing the 41 conspirators. A vengeful Nero ordered Piso to commit suicide, a noble death in Roman eyes. The others were executed or forced into exile.
Nero discovered them, killed them, and took all the properties of the Pisoni family.
Barbara's investigation at Baiae helps show how Nero lost favor with the political elite who despised his indulgent palace. He escaped Piso's plot, but it marked the beginning of the end for Nero, his reputation, and his extravagant Domus Aurea. In central Rome, on the Palatine Hill, Maria Theresa has found more clues that could shed light on the ultimate fate of the emperor's hated building.
We are quite sure that there is a basin because we have a waterproof mortar inside the basin, and we have a lot of scrap materials like metals and glasses. So it probably functioned for the production of this material.
Finding the scrap metal and basin suggests an industrial use for the area, probably a metalworking shop. It's a huge change for a site once next to an imperial palace. In a different part of the site, the team make another discovery.
We have found this incredible stairways that is built later during Imperial age. We have different levels inside the building, and bottom level and another floor upstairs. And it connects the lower part of this square and this street with the upper level of the Palatine, probably. We are the first archaeologists who found this stairway, so we are very excited about this.
Maria Theresa recognizes this type of construction.
Something similar was excavated near here, in another part of the Palatine, and it was like a great market built under Hadrian.
A change in use of this space, from an imperial building to a public market, could be an important clue to the demise of the Domus Aurea.
It is very interesting that it could be an old market, because Nero wants all this area for himself, for his private old palace. Later emperors destroyed this project of Nero, and they built other structures here, probably with a public function, just to give the Roman citizens what Nero took for himself.
Maria Theresa's work helps prove the Domus Aurea was deliberately buried by later emperors. Her search for more evidence continues. Inside the underground remains of the Domus Aurea, Maria is checking on the progress the conservation team is making.
Qui abbiamo liberato tutta questa figura seduta.
Si vede il panneggio
Si vede il panneggio, vedi Maria, qui è uscita tutta la figura femminile.
Bellissimo.
After days of painstaking work, they have managed to recover delicate paintings of human figures and ornate columns. The team still has a lot of work ahead of them. In the humid microclimate inside the Domus Aurea, the fight against its deterioration will continue. But the team's efforts have been successful so far, bringing new sections of Nero's buried palace back into view for the first time in 2,000 years.
Io non ci speravo veramente, perché partendo da questa situazione non speravo di poter recuperare così tanto.
Darius's investigation into Nero's notoriety and the fate of the Domus Aurea finally brings him to Rome's most famous landmark, the Coliseum. He spots a clue, abandoned, in a corner of the Coliseum square.
So over here you have an inscription, it's a modern inscription, and it says that this outline here is for the base of where the colossal statue of Nero once stood.
This colossal 125 feet tall statue originally stood at the entrance of the Domus Aurea, but was moved to this new location after Nero's death. According to ancient writers, by 68 AD, Nero was so reviled, his Praetorian Guard deserted him. Fearing for his life, he fled Rome with just 4 attendants to take refuge in a suburban villa. The Senate declared Nero a public enemy and sentenced him to be beaten to death. When guards finally came to arrest him, Nero begged his private secretary, Epaphroditus, to help him commit suicide. Nero was dead, but his Domus Aurea remained. Darius finds more traces of the old palace around the Coliseum.
So we have right here a bunch of shaved down walls, and we can tell this is Neronian by the building typology, by the kind of bricks. Here, these truncated walls were part of pavilion spaces that then lined the lake that was part of the Domus Aurea complex.
Shortly after Nero's death, the new emperor Vespasian ordered the lake to be drained. He wanted to make way for a new construction, the Coliseum.
That's a bold political statement. It's a powerful political message, placing that very public amphitheater in a place that had previously been occupied by this exaggerated residential complex of Nero, the Domus Aurea.
Vespasian and successive Roman emperors were careful not to flaunt their spectacular wealth. Building by building, they buried Nero's golden house and gave central Rome back to the Roman people. The magnificent palace was buried, leaving its golden rooms and precious frescoes to rot, alongside Nero's reputation.
It's really hard nowadays to rehabilitate the character and the reign of Nero.
He did obviously bear the brunt of people's anger and displeasure when he created his massive Domus Aurea. He ends up dying alone. Doesn't have much of a great legacy.
Though there is some evidence Nero was popular with the common people of Rome, his reputation was forged by historians writing in the reign of his immediate successors. They may have tried to curry their favor with negative depictions of him.
I almost feel sorry for Nero. Almost. Ultimately, I think, the history books do judge him fairly because his way of running the government and so forth weren't really taking Rome in the direction of stability and continued success, but we're still kind of enamored with this larger-than-life persona.
This season, our archaeologists have unearthed new evidence about Rome's most notorious emperor and the fate of his infamous palace. Their combined downfall was due to Nero's taste for immeasurable luxury, the sheer scale of his golden palace, and his land grab of the smoldering ruins of burned-down Rome. Their work will continue, and their discoveries will shed more light on Rome's most reviled emperor. In the shadow of Hadrian's Wall in the north of Britain, archaeologists are digging through the ruined rubble of a massive Roman mystery.
This building, was it built for something special? Totally unexpected, really excited.
They're uncovering buried ancient treasures that haven't seen the light of day for nearly 2,000 years.
Is that an edge? Because if it's not wall, what is it? This is just bizarre, isn't it?
Unlocking the secrets of a forgotten world on Rome's wildest and most northern frontier.
Tubbs came along and burst its paw on there. It's absolutely amazing. That's phenomenal. That's just a moment in time.
Hadrian's Wall, the biggest structure the Romans ever built. Constructed in 122 AD, it defined the most northern edge of the greatest empire the world had ever seen. This was the final frontier, where Rome's empire ended and barbarian territory began.
Hadrian's Wall is fascinating. When you look at a Roman frontier, it's not just about big walls creating a border. It's actually about a dynamic culture, a dynamic landscape.
Over 1,000 miles away in Rome, spectacular monuments are lasting testaments to the glory of this ancient civilization. But now teams of archaeologists are investigating the margins of Rome's mighty empire to unlock the secrets of their most distant outposts.
The majority of information is yet to come, and that's extremely exciting.
They're on a mission to find out how the Romans maintained their far-flung borders and discover what life was like for those at the very wildest edges of the empire.
Just by getting their remains, you really can get in touch with the people which were living thousands of years ago. It's like diving into history, and it's really great.
On a search for answers, archaeologist Andrew Burley has enlisted an army of volunteers to excavate a massive frontier fort. Known as Vindolanda, it lies just 1 mile south of Hadrian's Wall.
Oh, hang on a second. Very crumbly. What you've got there is probably a little silver denarius, a Roman coin. That's going to be really helpful to date the fill that you're working in right now.
Andrew is leading the excavation and has lived and breathed this incredible site for his entire life.
I'm the third generation of archaeologists on this site, and my family's been involved with Vindolanda one way or another since 1929.
Through nearly 100 years of digging this fort, Andrew and his ancestors have made it their mission to pick this site apart, stone by stone.
When you look at stones like this around about me, they look like dusty old Roman ruins, but you've got to remember they're populated and built and inhabited by real people.
Vindolanda Fort is the perfect place to unlock the secrets of life in this wild frontier. It was built by Roman soldiers sent to conquer this region 50 years before Hadrian's Wall. As the Romans drove north across Britain following their invasion, they faced battles every step of the way. In 60 AD, a southern tribal leader, Boudicca, rebelled against the Roman invasion. She burned down their cities, but finally the Roman army prevailed. Further north, another fierce female leader, Cartimandua, also resisted, but eventually surrendered, handing over rebels in exchange for wealth and protection. But the tribes furthest north would not yield to the invaders. They constantly raided Roman camps and posed a terrifying threat. The Romans needed a solution to the problem. Vindolanda, a huge power base, was the Romans' attempt to quell the barbarian north. It was garrisoned for over 300 years until the end of the Roman Empire.
Vindolanda is an incredible time capsule preserved in this landscape. It was the home of thousands and thousands of people. An excavation like this can give us a lot more detail about how those people lived their lives, and it's an opportunity that we just can't miss.
Every stone they lift may reveal another clue to the story of those people who lived on this frontier. Andrew and his team of volunteers are now focused on the southwest corner of the site.
Right, let's just lift that out and see if there's anything surviving in that lump. It may or may not. I think what you've got there is the copper alloy disease, the bronze disease, and the artifact has basically rotted its way into the soil. That's so frustrating. So you've got a tiny little bit of a brooch, and the rest of it's gone, but it's a good start. I'll go and get a bag for that.
Under Andrew's watchful eye, the volunteers are beginning to reveal floors and walls across the site.
Can I just have a little peek over here? I don't know, that just sort of tinny sound, yeah. I think you're very close to it there. That's really tight. That's as good as the surface you're working on over there.
The emerging walls are evidence of substantial buildings.
That's a beast, isn't it?
More and more walls begin to appear.
Because that wall definitely goes underneath where your hand shovel is. And you've got no sign of the wall where you're kneeling, have you? No. Pop those out and see if we've got an edge of a corner.
This looks like a complete maze of overlapping walls, but to Andrew's expert eye, it reveals different layers of occupation.
We're dealing with hundreds of years of people living on this site, building after building, popped on top of one another. New demolition, new construction.
The evidence at Vindolanda suggests that throughout their occupation of this frontier, even before Hadrian's Wall was built, the Romans constantly had to react and adapt to new challenges. The massive scale of one building is especially intriguing.
Where I'm standing, I'm in quite an exciting space. I'm inside a cavalry barrack, in one of the rooms, and all this rubble is the collapsed walls fallen inside the rooms.
The presence of cavalry shows the strength of the forces stationed here. The Roman army was made up of legions of foot soldiers, but its cavalry regiments were its most powerful fighting force. The most elite horsemen were highly trained soldiers called the Baiae. Posted to Britain's frontier, it's clear that Rome had deployed its toughest troops against the northern tribes. Some of the best riders from across the whole empire were selected to join this elite unit. With a daily range of up to 50 miles, they could offer rapid response wherever and whenever a threat arose in Rome's wild frontiers. Andrew's excavations at Vindolanda reveal the true level of military force that the Romans needed to gain and then maintain its most northern frontier.
Roman frontiers are some of the most exciting spaces in history. It's a contact zone where anything can happen.
Originally from New York State, archaeologist Rob Collins has made Rome's northern frontier his home and his passion for the last 20 years. Rob is now investigating the terrain around Vindolanda, for more evidence of how the Romans protected themselves at the edge of empire.
Looking at this groove through the ground, this is not natural. This is man-made. There's a real sharp V-shaped cut to it, and it runs east and west.
This ditch stretches into the distance and runs in exactly the same direction as Hadrian's Wall. Its V shape suggests it's military, and there are other signs it could be defensive.
This is incredible. You can see these lumps and bumps, turves of cut grass that have been taken from the surrounding landscape that have been stacked up and actually build a nice big mound behind that ditch.
The mound is evidence that this was once a massive turf wall.
The fact that they chose to build here in turf might suggest that there was a need for speed for the Romans. Everything they need to build the turf wall is right here in the local landscape.
This was a quick fix solution to create a border defense. The mighty forces at Vindolanda Fort were clearly not enough to hold back the enemy.
This is a danger zone. There is warfare, there is raiding. The Romans are in an active landscape that they are securing.
This turf wall and ditch were a crucial step in the Romans' struggle to gain this frontier. It was the start of the greatest construction project in Roman history. The Romans built Hadrian's Wall after 40 years of intense hostility. It was 73 miles long, up to 15 feet high and 10 feet thick. It was heavily guarded with small forts at regular intervals and watchtowers in between, manned by soldiers day and night. Running parallel to the wall along its north side, they dug a defensive ditch, and on the south side, strategically placed garrisons held hundreds of soldiers. It's clear that this wild territory was so dangerous it could only be won with a massive wall and a huge military presence. It would take some 15,000 men 6 years to build. Nearly 2,000 years later, its survival is testament to the quality of their workmanship. Rob heads along the wall, scrutinizing every inch of its surface.
This is a fairly normal facing stone for Hadrian's Wall. But what the soldier that carved the stone also did was carve this phallus in relief. Is fascinating. And in the Roman period, the phallus is a symbol which is used for good luck, for protection. It's the sort of thing that can ward off the evil eye. And so the inclusion of a phallic symbol is a way to activate that sense of protection.
It's a rare glimpse into the Roman mindset, and a very human reminder of the fear felt by the soldiers as they built the wall and tried to conquer this wild frontier. 460 miles away, in Kalkriese in Germany, on another of Rome's remote frontiers.
Sondern holt euch die kleine Handsäge. Die Sandsäcke müssen da weg.
A team of archaeologists is also hunting for clues to life on the front line. The Romans marched through this wilderness intent on conquest. Archaeologist Stefan Bohrmeister is on a quest to find out exactly what happened.
We want to find out what we actually have on the site. Could it have been a Roman campsite? And we hope to find out this summer.
This site covers around 60 acres, and finding a camp is like finding a needle in a haystack.
Nothing. Problems of identifying a Roman campsite is that it is just a very short event in time, just installation for one night perhaps. It's not a very strong installation, just very quickly built and not really big firm walls, and this is difficult to detect after about 2,000 years.
Centuries of forest growth makes uncovering a lost marching camp a huge challenge. But scanning the ground, it's clear that clues are still buried within the soil, and the team is determined to uncover them. In the forests of northern Germany,
it's a metal object.
the team of archaeologists is beginning to find what they hope might be the first tantalizing clues of a lost Roman camp.
We have here this brownish soil going down here in this V-shaped bottom. It fits very well into the idea of a Roman campsite.
The V-shaped ditch is a fast and effective defense. Marking it out with poles, Stefan and his team have followed the line of the ditch, and it seems to surround the area where they are digging. They believe it's strong evidence of a marching camp. In their on-site lab, they analyze hundreds more small metal fragments discovered in the soil.
There are a lot of bronze fittings, little attachments like copper alloy buckles. It's a little bit like a big puzzle. We have at least 300 fragments that we need to put together.
Conservator Rebecca Koiter painstakingly cleans every single fragment by hand.
I'm just selectively under the microscope, cleaning bit by bit. That's quite time-consuming, but it's necessary to not damage the objects any further.
As Rebecca removes 2,000 years of dirt and corrosion, the fragments begin to reveal their secrets.
We have a breastplate here. It has some small decorations like a decorative washer, which is worked into a decorative shape. This is the oldest plate armor that is found in such a complete fashion.
The breastplate is an incredibly rare find. Once Rebecca has cleaned the armor up, it promises an equally rare glimpse into the life and death of a soldier on Rome's wild frontiers. Just 1 mile south of Hadrian's Wall, at Vindolanda Fort.
That's similar, if not the same. Yeah, I think it's the same vessel. I think you're right. Boy, you've got a good sort of mix of stuff coming through.
Andrew and his team continue to strip away the rubble, searching for valuable clues about the life of Romans who established themselves on Britain's wild frontier.
Can I just give you that? There we go. It's good stuff. Oh, sweet. It's a good start. Right, we'll get that logged in, Amy. Thank you very much.
Marta Alberti is second in command of the dig.
One of our volunteers has just found this a really nice kitchen knife. It's quite exciting. It's in really lovely conditions. It's really nice to go back in time and think about everyday life of these people and how they sat down to have their dinner or, you know, lie down as Romans do.
Soon, another surprising find reveals more of everyday Roman life on this frontier.
Gorgeous example. This is a lovely neck of a bottle. You can see the rim right there. The body would have perhaps been globular or kind of a slight pear shape. And this could have been used for either pouring very fancy drinks or more likely as a kind of container of perfumes and other beauty products. Happy times!
It's an intriguing find. Perfume was worn by men and women, but probably not by soldiers while battling to defend the border. The team hunts for further evidence that could reveal why such a luxury item was left here in the frontline fort. Back at the Calcresa dig site, the team is carefully excavating a new find in their Roman marching camp.
Found here parts of an animal. We can see these tooth and they look like horse. Out of this context and the rest of the stratigraphic profiles, I can say it's 90% Roman.
This jawbone is evidence of an animal that could have carried supplies or even a cavalry officer. With a dead horse buried here and Roman armor lying not far away, the story of this marching camp is becoming increasingly intriguing. Stefan joins Rebecca in the lab to analyze the armor in more detail.
And this one is very bent.
Any idea why it's so sharply bent?
This one is the one which is bent like down.
So it must have been a blow or something like that.
The wearer of this armor had clearly been in battle, and recent chemical analysis reveals another, more sinister clue to his fate.
We had some phosphate analysis, and they clearly give us the evidence that there must have been a body inside.
The forest soil is acidic, so over 2,000 years, the flesh and skeleton rotted away, leaving only chemical traces. It's proof that the soldier who wore this armor died in it and was still wearing it when he was buried in the ground. The team believes there is even more to this macabre story.
Right next to the armor, we also found a pair of handcuffs, the one that shackles your hands and your neck. And that's very interesting that we find it in direct neighborhood to the armor, and we think that a soldier might have been shackled there.
This gives us the impression that we have here a shackled legionary in his body armor and displayed by the victors.
The shocking find suggests that a Roman soldier in full battle armor was shackled, killed, and left to rot in the ground. It's not the image of the invincible Roman soldier that we are used to. But it does align with ancient written accounts of a catastrophic event that happened here 2,000 years ago. In 9 AD, a German chief and former Roman soldier, Arminius, rose up against the Romans. He spread a rumor of a revolt in the forested north and tricked the Romans into sending 3 legions to suppress it. Arminius knew the Roman legions needed open spaces to organize into battle formation. So he lured them into the Teutoburg forest, where they had to march single file. Arminius's men attacked and massacred 20,000 Romans. One of the biggest military disasters in Roman history.
If the Romans wouldn't have lost this battle here in Calcrise, we could suggest that history would have taken a completely different course.
Success or failure on Rome's frontiers was clearly key to the empire's fortunes.
The Romans aimed to conquer the whole world. After the battle, in the end, they stopped their expansion for the next generations.
The Romans were forced to retreat and draw up their German borders further south. In Merglingen, in southern Germany, a team of archaeologists is investigating another Roman frontier site. Over 200 miles south of the catastrophic defeat at Teutoburg, this became the Romans' new Germanic frontier.
Das da brauchen wir nicht mehr putzen, man kann anfangen.
The dig is led by Andreas Schalflitzel.
I'm most interested in the way the people are living here, far away from Rome. The living which is not mentioned in the text everybody learned at school. That's something which is really, really interesting to see and to get it. Show me your rubbish and I can tell you who you are.
The team is finding lots of Roman stonework beneath the fields. It looks like a mass of buried rubble, but for expert Andreas, one section has the very distinctive form of a defensive ditch, just like the one in Calcrise.
We have this typical V shape. Let's look how deep it is. So we have 1.40 meters, and we think erosion takes around half a meter. So we think we would have a ditch deep up to 2 meters in Roman times. That's pretty impressive. 2 meters ditch is for fortification and defense. So it's very likely that it would be in some kind of military use.
A 6.5-foot ditch could be evidence of a previously unknown Roman fort, and a sign that the Romans had to put up heavy defenses in the years following their catastrophic defeat. Andreas heads into the surrounding forest to find out how far the Roman frontier defenses stretched.
Here, these are stones between the roots. Here is what we are searching for. These are the stones lying in one line. It is the outside of the wall which directs here next to this tree and comes under this pathway.
To Andreas's expert eye, A leafy-covered bank is evidence of a buried ruined structure.
Here on the slope we have overgrown section of a very good preserved remains of the wall. If we count the slopes here and the debris and count them together how high we would get, it was a wall, it was approximately 3 meters high.
To investigate the true scale of the wall, Andreas examines high-tech digital surveys of the region.
If you go up in the air and using the LiDAR technique, then you can scan the terrain, removing all the trees, and then you will see how this wall is straight going through the forest.
It's clear that this once formed part of a massive frontier defense, just like Hadrian's Wall in Britain. Known as the Limes Germanicus, the Romans built this massive border defense in the century following their defeat in the Teutoburg forest in 9 AD. It would eventually stretch 350 miles, include 60 forts and over 900 watchtowers. The Limes Germanicus suggests the beginnings of a new imperial policy. The Romans realized that before they could expand their empire, they first needed to consolidate and defend their borders. 100 years later, Hadrian's Wall became the ultimate symbol of this strategy. Andreas and his team continue their dig to hunt for evidence of what life was like after the Romans heavily defended this border. South of the Romans' wall across Britain, at Vindolanda Fort,
I think I found a coin, Marta.
the finds keep on coming.
Oh, there you go.
You can actually see the silver on it. can't you?
That's lovely.
Nice.
He's got a beard. Almost resembles Paul.
Thank
Turn
you.
around, give me a profile.
No, it's the Roman
Perfect.
The treasures the team is unearthing at Vindolanda are not just military artifacts. They suggest that this fort has a more complex story.
We have the largest collection of leather objects anywhere in the Roman Empire, and that equates to 7,000 leather artifacts, of which 5,000 are shoes.
Organic material like clothing normally decays and is lost to the archaeological record, but these items are incredibly well preserved.
Things have been buried so far down and covered with so much debris and so much clay that oxygen from the outside world does not penetrate those deeper layers. This means that objects made of leather survive really well.
These objects offer fascinating insights into the lives of the fort's inhabitants.
This is a very elaborate gentleman's shoe, and it's got lovely cut out leather uppers. If we turn the shoe around, we can see a pattern of hobnails. Hobnails are very useful in muddy places like Vindolanda because they allow for a better grip.
This is an amazing glimpse of a shoe actually worn by one of Rome's frontline soldiers. But it's not the only type of footwear here.
So if we look at this shoe, it's much smaller. And we think it's a lady's shoe. If this is indeed a lady's shoe, then we've got contemporary occupation of the fort by both soldiers and women.
And the collection reveals something even more extraordinary.
We've got interesting evidence right here of children's shoes. Very, very nicely decorated upper, some nice lattice work. The reason why shoes are so exciting to make is that they bring you really close to the wearer. You can imagine a child running around in this rather sophisticated footwear, or maybe it's raining and you want to put on a more closed boot like this one.
Finds like these help archaeologists piece together what life was like for those living at the furthest reaches of the Roman Empire. When Roman soldiers arrived here in about 85 AD, they rapidly built a fort of earth and grass turf. Along the top, they added a wooden parapet and watchtowers. Under constant threat from the locals, they had to strengthen its defenses, finally opting for a stone rampart. This formed a defensive wall, completely surrounding Vindolanda. And the finds prove it wasn't just a massive fighting force stationed here. The soldiers' families lived here too, in a settlement alongside the fort. As Andrew and his team dig deeper, they discover more surprising evidence about these communities.
This here is a semicircular curve coming through, probably for a wattle and daub building.
The curved shape means that this is no ordinary Roman house.
So we've got local architecture coming in here, which is fantastic to see. But what on earth is it doing inside a Roman fort?
In Merglingen, southern Germany, Andreas and his team are uncovering more evidence of the Romans who lived by the Limus Germanicus, the massive border wall.
You see here mortar on the stone.
As more of the buried evidence is unearthed, Andreas discovers some unusual stonework.
Here we have a structure, and you can see here some stones which were standing upside. It could be a foundation for a statue.
Statue bases like this are not usually found in military forts, so Andreas now suspects this is evidence of a very different building here.
With the other evidences we have by now, it could be part of a sanctuary or of sacrificed space taking place here.
Sanctuaries were built throughout the empire for citizens to worship emperors and gods. Finds like this add to our understanding of life at the fringes of empire. They show these weren't just militarized zones. Roman civilization and culture also took root behind the protection of these border walls. In Carlisle, on the western wing of Hadrian's Wall.
Is that an edge? Because if it's not wall, what is it? And this is just bizarre, isn't it?
Archaeologist Frank Jecko is leading an excavation to discover the extent of the Roman presence here.
Oh, it's an incredible opportunity. Carlisle has always had a strategic location. It controls the crossing point between basically present-day England and Scotland. It has always been a key place.
Carlisle was once the site of the biggest fort on Hadrian's Wall, but its Roman heritage is almost completely buried beneath the modern city.
If we've seen 2%, I'd be amazed. Probably we've still got, 98% of Roman Carlisle to find. So plenty more secrets, I'm sure, to be revealed on this site.
After painstakingly removing the topsoil, the team is rewarded with some tantalizing glimpses of life 2,000 years ago.
That's going to be a door, hasn't it? Yeah. That's been not quite set, and a tubs came along and burst its paw on there. It's absolutely amazing.
These clay tiles were made locally and clearly left out in the open air to dry.
I've just noticed this, the prints of a deer that walked on it when it was laid out to dry before it was fired. So that's a little moment in time captured forever.
As the team excavates, it's finding lots of these clay tiles. Many are neatly stacked in columns, exactly as the Romans left them. Frank thinks it's a surefire indication of the structure they've discovered.
These clay pillars would have supported the underfloor heating for the bathhouse complex. So we've got fragments of floor, the walls, the ceiling, this just massive jumble of material. But it's incredible for us archaeologists because it's just a snapshot in time that is preserved there.
Communal bathhouses were a staple of Roman life. Grand examples survive in Rome and Pompeii. Soldiers also enjoyed this luxury in smaller versions inside their forts. But a bathhouse of this scale in a garrison town on Britain's frontier is surprising.
This building is probably 4 times the size of a standard military bathhouse. Was it built for something special? Totally unexpected, really excited.
As the team digs, a group of strangely shaped objects are another unexpected discovery.
These formed a curved roof
The way they work is it has a small nozzle and that slots into there. And so you can adjust the angle of your curve on the roof. So these ceramic tubes are thought to have come over from North Africa in the early 3rd century. And they were an African method of making a lightweight roof.
Just an amazing bit of the site, isn't it?
The more the team digs, the more enticing this bathhouse becomes. It is far bigger than expected in military territory, and there are African influences. The team continues to hunt for more clues to find out what it can reveal about Rome's wild frontier. At Vindolanda, Andrew and his team dig deeper around the mysterious round-shaped buildings that they've uncovered in the Roman fort.
Ah, okay. We've got a black stain curving around in the soil here, and it's circular, so it's got to be a roundhouse. You can just about make out the curve just beyond it there of a stone wall coming through, and that's the stone version of the timber version we're looking at here, where we've just got the stain.
The two roundhouses are not expected in a Roman fort.
The Romans don't build roundhouses. The native Britons do, but the Romans don't.
As the team continues to dig across the site, more evidence of these mysterious roundhouses emerges.
There's a curve there, isn't it? Ooh. It's possible we have another circular hut coming through.
The site is covered with a whole village of British roundhouses. They seem to be contemporary with the fort. Andrew and the team dig inside them to find out what is going on.
That is absolutely gorgeous, beautifully made.
And finally uncover a clue.
It shows you the sort of preservation, this part of the site. Wow, what a lovely thing. That's definitely Roman rather than British. It's a sort of traditional military style quernstone, a really nice one.
Quernstones are tools that the Romans used to grind cereals into flour. It's startling evidence that Romans and conquered Britons were living side by side. In Carlisle, 25 miles west along Hadrian's Wall, archaeologists investigating the massive lost bathhouse analyze their finds in the Diggs lab.
Yeah, no, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just head on.
Yeah.
Then out and
This could be an antler. It's like an archaeological pick and mix.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
They hope to find clues to why such an enormous bathhouse was built here. They meticulously sieve and scrutinize every bucket of earth from the excavation to make sure they don't miss any tiny treasures.
It looks like two hands of plenty.
Is it a figure though?
Yeah, it is a figure. It's a person with a hat on.
Objects like this small jewel probably fell out of a ring or brooch while its owner was bathing. It's good evidence that this was not a military bathhouse, and its bathers were a little more genteel. Frank and the team think that clues on the tiles hold the key to why such a grand bathhouse was built here.
So we've got these, the stamp, I and P. So we've got the I, we've got the M, and we've got the P for imperator.
In ancient Latin, imperator means emperor. These tiles have the emperor's personal stamp.
Just the word imperator, it's not a legionary tile or an auxiliary tile.
Yeah,
this is the Imperial court, and that's the thing that makes this building, you know, other than the size and where they've come from, this little stamp here.
Yeah.
It's
what makes it so
yeah.
special.
The inscription suggests this bathhouse may have been an imperial building, built as a personal gift to the city from an emperor. It's an incredible discovery, and suggests that the emperor himself was taking a keen interest in this frontier. Frank believes further clues reveal the identity of this emperor.
We've got the inscription that's likely to be his wife, you know, Septem Julia Domna.
Julia Domna was the wife of the Roman emperor Septimius Severus. Suddenly, the presence of a massive bathhouse with African tiles is beginning to make sense. In the early 3rd century, African-born Emperor Septimius Severus came to Britain to rule the Roman Empire from York. He strengthened Hadrian's Wall and its forts, and built granaries to supply campaigns even further to the north. The garrisons alongside the wall were transforming from military bases to communities and villages. And so the emperor constructed Carlisle's spectacular bathhouse as a bold statement that this far-flung frontier garrison was now an established, fully Roman town.
By the 3rd century, Carlisle isn't just a frontier garrison town. It's not the Wild West. It was part of the Roman Empire.
On Hadrian's Wall, Rob is heading to one of the 80 small forts which the Romans built at regular intervals along its length. He is on the hunt to understand more about the relationship between the Romans and the locals. Sitting directly on the wall, these installations would have provided one of the first points of contact between soldiers and barbarians.
Yeah, these are very nicely prepared and cut stone blocks. You can see how they join together, how they sit on top of each other very neatly. You can see that here and also here on the other side, which has been laid to create a gate.
This gate was clearly the main entrance for the small platoon of soldiers stationed here. Venturing further towards the far side of the mile castle, Rob spots something intriguing.
Now these blocks are really interesting. They're very large, very heavy blocks. These blocks are evidence of another gate.
The position of this second gate is a surprise because it forms a break in the wall.
What this tells us is not only that mile castles could allow soldiers in from the south, but also there's a gate which allowed access north into barbarian lands. If there are 80 mile castles, if there are 80 gates through Hadrian's Wall that can be found every mile along its length, that raises questions about just how closed a barrier the wall is intended to be.
This evidence suggests that the Romans didn't close off the frontier completely, and Hadrian's Wall wasn't an impervious barrier. With fortified breaks in the wall, they could control who was coming into their territory, and also had easy access points to expand their frontiers further. At the dig site in Carlisle, Frank and the team have expanded their excavation alongside the bathhouse and are unearthing a curious structure. They've uncovered a beautifully preserved cobbled surface, which they believe is a Roman road.
We're quite excited about this little stretch of road. It's heading towards Hadrian's Wall and a mile castle.
Soldiers stationed in the mile castles would have needed supplies. But this roadside is producing a surprising wealth of finds.
So this is just some of the stuff we found today from this area, which is a really nice little assemblage. So we've got animal bone, coarse pottery, fine pottery that's been imported from France, nails from the timber buildings, and bits of amphora from southern Spain. So this is just giving us an idea of what was going on in this area. So basically people are preparing food, eating food. So we've got cooking. These are basically just fast food restaurants.
The cosmopolitan finds reveal that diners here could enjoy the trappings of fine Roman living from around the empire. This is more like a bustling high street than a military highway. And with gateways in the mile castles, it's possible that this road didn't just head to the wall, it went through it.
This could have been quite a busy road with people coming north and south beyond the wall. They could have been coming here just to have something to eat. It would have been probably first place south of Hadrian's Wall, where you could have got a glass of wine.
This latest discovery shines new light on life on both sides of Hadrian's Wall. It is startling evidence that it changed dramatically in the 300 years the wall was in use. These new investigations are transforming our understanding of Hadrian's Wall and life in Rome's wildest frontiers. These territories were once so dangerous that they not only required a huge military presence, but monumental border walls to control them. In the shadow of these mighty defenses, Rome began to tame the wilderness. Families grew up alongside the soldiers garrisoned in their forts. Their civilization began to flourish with sumptuous bathhouses and sanctuaries. And people from both sides of the wall may have enjoyed the luxuries of Roman life.
It'd be very easy to dismiss frontiers as the edge of empire, not something that's really important to an emperor sitting in Rome. But actually, it's exactly the opposite. Frontiers are about securing the peace of the Roman Empire. Without the Roman frontiers, we would not have the Roman Empire.
In Herculaneum, Italy, archaeologists make a shocking discovery. At the edge of the ancient town, a skeleton emerges from the dirt.
We will study its DNA because we know that DNA tells us something.
It's the first new body discovered here in over 25 years. This skeleton could provide tantalizing clues to this town's final moments and the apocalyptic event that sealed its fate. In 79 AD, the Roman world experienced one of the greatest catastrophes in known history, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. It devastated the surrounding towns and villages, burying them beneath layers of volcanic pumice and ash. Pompeii, on the volcano's southern slope, was destroyed and is famous for its crushed homes and bodies frozen in time. But nearby, on Vesuvius's western slope, lies a lesser-known town, Herculaneum. Buried 4 times deeper than Pompeii, it has survived in extraordinary condition. Today, a team of archaeologists, geologists, and forensic anthropologists search for clues to uncover what happened to Herculaneum and its thousands of residents, to piece together the final deadly 24 hours of the eruption.
There is something just so special about this site. It's a little jewel.
Archaeologist Andrew Wallace Hadrian first visited this ancient town as a teenager. He was so fascinated by it that he has spent most of his career working to preserve the site and its treasures.
We've only excavated something like a quarter of the site of Herculaneum. There is still stuff to excavate.
Archaeologists have discovered some of the best preserved buildings in the Roman world here. Andrew searches the site, looking for evidence of the ways in which Herculaneum's fate differed from Pompeii's.
Isn't this place absolutely stunning? Up above us, you can see that there's a second floor. This is something you get in Herculaneum. Pompeii is kind of decapitated by the eruption. You've just got the ground floor. And now we can see, there's a whole life going on up above us. Rooms above here and above there.
Dozens of the houses in Herculaneum have beautifully preserved walls and upper floors. And there's more.
Over here, we've got what has to be a bedroom. You know it's a bedroom because for once, you've got a bed in it. In Pompeii, you don't find beds. They disappear. They were made of wood. In Herculaneum, the wood is preserved.
Artifacts like this are exceptionally rare, making this town an ancient treasure trove.
Over here, we have this glorious wooden screen, which enabled you then to close off this room. Obviously, this is cased in glass and metal, but in there is the original wood of the screen, stunningly preserved.
The wooden bed and screen are blackened by the eruption, but remarkably, they are still intact.
They probably had wooden screens in Pompeii too, but gone. Here, one of many wooden details that get preserved. Beams, shutters, all sorts of stuff.
At Pompeii, just over 8 miles away, the eruption incinerated wooden objects. This stark difference suggests that the volcanic eruption hit Herculaneum in a very different way. To uncover how these wooden objects have survived, the team needs to continue their investigation of the town to find out what happened on the day Vesuvius erupted. "14 miles west of Herculaneum, across the Bay of Naples, Jasmine Elmer explores the location of the former Roman town of Misenum. Jasmine wants to investigate 2 ancient letters written by someone who claims to have witnessed the volcanic eruption of 79 AD from here.
It's such an amazing treat to have letters like this that survive. We have so few eyewitness accounts from the ancient world, let alone of something so catastrophic.
These letters are just 2 of hundreds written by a Roman known as Pliny the Younger.
In Pliny's letters, we have an account of what he calls a clade, a catastrophe, a disaster that happens, and seeing what he calls an unusual cloud of size and appearance.
The letters recount that 17-year-old Pliny was in Misenum with his mother and his uncle, a naval commander also called Pliny, when they noticed a dark cloud to the east. Pliny the Elder, a natural philosopher at heart, climbed to higher ground to get a better view of the peculiar phenomenon and saw the cloud was arising from a mountain. He ordered a light vessel from his fleet to be readied for him to sail across the bay to take a closer look. But before he set sail, Pliny the Elder received a message from his friend Rectina in distress near Mount Vesuvius, pleading for his help. He turned his crossing into a rescue mission. Pliny the Younger's letters, written in Latin, were penned decades after the catastrophic eruption, leading experts to question the accuracy of his account.
These letters were written to the Roman historian Tacitus about 25 years after the event. Now, some people might say that that makes them slightly unreliable. How accurate is Pliny's memory of the events that occurred?
Jasmine wants to investigate the letters to explore how reliable Pliny's account of the eruption is. If his story stands up to modern scrutiny, it could help explain what happened to towns like Herculaneum during the eruption. Jasmine plans to follow in the footsteps of Pliny the Elder to see if it would have been possible to launch a naval rescue mission from these waters.
Here in the Latin, we see that Pliny the Elder goes in periculum, into the danger zone. Where others are fleeing, he is going. Now, is this true of what happened? Or is Pliny the Younger trying to embellish the bravery of his uncle?
Today, the ruins of Herculaneum lie just inland, but due to land movement and sea level changes over 2 millennia, in 79 AD, Herculaneum was right on the coast. Several bodies have been discovered along the town's ancient beach. At his lab at Chieti University, Luigi Capasso investigates the remains of a skeleton previously excavated here.
È un pezzo della tuberosità qua, secondo te?
For more than 2 decades, Luigi has been working alongside archaeologists to study the bones of people found here in Herculaneum. He wants to unravel the stories of those who died in the eruption. Their remains could help reveal what happened in this town's final hours.
Okay, this is the last. Finished. We have a near complete skeleton of a man, probably 40-45 age. This skeleton shows many traces of trauma that occurred before death. For example, the left femur shows a previous injury that caused new bone formation. We have the traces on the face. This trauma is due to a violent impact with a very hard object.
This evidence suggests the man led a violent life. Further clues uncovered alongside him shed more light on his story. When his skeleton was excavated, archaeologists discovered a bag containing a blade, characteristic of an ancient Roman woodworking tool. By his side, the remains of a sword with an ivory handle. He carried 14 coins of silver and gold, a sign he was a wealthy man. Next to his body, archaeologists discovered the charred remains of an upturned boat. Who was this man, and what was he doing on the ancient beach that day? Examining the skeleton, an intriguing piece of evidence catches Luigi's eye.
So, can be very interesting to see the detail of this part under the microscope. This very strange combination, a total compenetration between the metal to the bone.
The microscope analysis reveals a piece of metal has fused to the man's hip bone. To try and understand how this happened, Luigi examines an image of the objects found alongside the skeleton.
These two soles was found in connection with the body, and probably one of the piece of metal that is lost in this object fused with the bone.
Luigi believes the heat produced during the volcanic eruption fused part of the sword to the man's hip. This evidence offers Luigi a clue to the man's identity.
The archaeological evidence, such as the soles, fit with the evidence of previous injuries. So we can conclude that this man was a soldier.
The elaborate design of the sword and an ornate belt suggest he wasn't a regular soldier. He was likely a high-ranking Praetorian guard. The Praetorian Guard was an elite military unit that protected the emperor. Only the bravest Roman soldiers who had proved their worth in battle were chosen to join the unit. They weren't just skilled fighters. The Praetorian Guard included specialist soldiers, such as naval engineers known as the Faber Navalis. They served for shorter terms than ordinary soldiers, but were paid up to 3.5 times their salaries. There is no evidence of a military base at Herculaneum. The closest was in Misenum across the bay. This elite naval engineer may have been part of a rescue mission. He could be evidence to support Pliny's account. Analysis of the boat discovered next to him could yield more clues. East of Herculaneum, volcanologist Giuseppe Mastrolorenzo ascends the slopes of the infamous volcano, Mount Vesuvius. He's looking for evidence that could help shed light on the sequence of volcanic events that took place during the 79 AD eruption.
Okay, now I can see the hot spot.
Mount Vesuvius lies just 5 miles from Herculaneum and is still an active volcano. Normally, visitors to this iconic spot can't go further than the outer rim. But Giuseppe has studied Vesuvius for over 30 years and has been granted permission to descend into the crater.
This is a monitoring station used for monitoring the CO2, which is emitted from the ground.
Monitoring stations are dotted around the crater. They detect any sign the volcano is heating up.
Beneath here, there is a very wide magma chamber, and we must detect any change which can be a possible indicator.
Giuseppe uses a digital thermometer to check today's surface temperature.
Okay, it is relatively low. Well, the temperature in this area is less than 30 degrees Celsius, which is normal in this period. There have been no changes. You are safe here today.
Safe to proceed with his investigation of the volcano, Giuseppe continues along the crater's edge.
In 79 AD, this area was completely different. So there was not this crater, which has been formed in the last centuries, but the eruption started from some place around here.
During the eruption, some 12 million tons of volcanic ash and rock was propelled into the atmosphere every minute.
During this phase, the first eruptive column was formed. This column is an increasing column of gas and particles, which can reach the elevation of about 35 kilometers, 3 times the maximum elevation of an aircraft.
This giant column of ash aligns with Pliny the Younger's account of seeing an unusual cloud arising from the mountain. On the ground, Giuseppe spots a clue to what happened next at the nearby towns of Herculaneum and Pompeii.
These rocks are about the size of the pumice fell in Pompeii. The particles were blown by the wind to the east, toward Pompeii. And so a fallout of particle occurred and lasted for hours and hours.
Expert analysis of pumice and ash deposits has revealed a northwesterly wind blew the cloud of volcanic debris away from Herculaneum and over Pompeii. The burning hot rocks and thick ash rained down on Pompeii, causing roofs to collapse, crushing and killing those sheltering in their homes. Herculaneum, located to the west of the volcano, and its population of more than 4,000 people, were initially spared from this rocky fallout.
People in Herculanum observed this giant column. I think they were terrified.
The northwesterly wind saved Herculaneum from the bombardment that hit Pompeii, allowing time for escape and for Pliny the Elder to launch a rescue mission. To uncover what happened next to Herculaneum and its remaining residents, Giuseppe needs to investigate the layers of volcanic debris inside the town. Off the coast of the ancient town of Misenum, Jasmine continues her hunt. She's searching for evidence to corroborate Pliny the Younger's account of his uncle's rescue mission.
Pliny the Elder orders some quadriremes, some Roman military ships, to cross the Bay of Naples with him at the helm.
Pliny the Elder's fleet sets off from Misenum and heads towards the base of Vesuvius. If Pliny had ships at his disposal to launch a rescue mission, there must have been a harbor somewhere nearby. Jasmine searches the bay for any evidence of one. Rounding the coast, she spots something intriguing.
You can just see over there one pillar that reaches out above the sea. It's quite amazing that we can see that. Pili have a few functions. One is to mark the edge of the harbour, but also to provide protection from the waves coming in from the Bay of Naples.
The upper part of this structure is modern, but it sits on a characteristically Roman base. Using satellite imagery, remnants of other pillae are visible beneath the surface. They are unmistakable proof of 2 Roman breakwaters here, marking the entrance to a vast military port that housed a unit of Praetorian guards.
You can see how large it is, and it gives us a great understanding of how important this harbour truly was. It's all the more evidence that Pliny had some 6,000 men at his disposal.
The evidence of the harbour suggests Pliny the Younger's general account of events during early stages of the eruption is so far accurate. Pliny the Elder could have launched his rescue ships from here. To continue to explore the truth behind the letters, Jasmine next intends to retrace the fleet's route across the bay towards Herculaneum.
You can imagine the chaos that Pliny the Elder was facing, rushing around and launching his rescue missions to rescue those people at the foot of Mount Vesuvius.
At Herculaneum, Andrew wants to examine the fragile remains of the wooden boat discovered next to the Praetorian Guard on the ancient beach. It could help determine if he was one of Pliny's men.
So here, we've got this extraordinary thing. At Herculaneum, wood survives, wood is preserved. And that meant that this is the only example of a boat found in Pompeii and Herculaneum.
The high-tech support cradle gives Andrew the chance to study the boat up close.
If you look carefully, you see that there's no room for a mast. So that means it's got to be rowed. This is a big boat.
Some think this rowing boat is a simple fishing vessel, but it's big enough to hold at least 8 people, and Andrew believes its size is a clue.
If Admiral Pliny has said, right, we're going to rescue the people of Herculaneum, it makes sense to send out a boat of this size. So I would like to think that this is part of the rescue mission.
The discovery of the Praetorian Guard's skeleton next to the large boat is strong evidence that Pliny did launch a rescue mission, as his nephew later claimed. This Praetorian made it onto the beach, but didn't make it out alive. He died a horrific death, in heat so powerful it melded his sword to his bones. To uncover exactly what happened here, the team must continue the search for more evidence. Pier Paolo Patrone has spent most of his career studying the bones found at Herculaneum.
L'inizio di questa avventura dello studio, dell'analisi e dello scavo delle reperti delle vittime per me è cominciata nel 95.
He's keen to uncover as much as he can about the fate of the people here.
Herculano sicuramente nasconde ancora molte cose da scoprire.
At the edge of the archaeological site, on what was once the town's beach, engineers building a wall make a shocking discovery. Pier Paolo was immediately called to the scene, as they have just uncovered a skeleton buried in layers of volcanic debris close to where the Praetorian Guard was found.
Questa scoperta è stata una novità assoluta, perché da molti anni sono stati fatti dei lavori qui sulla spiaggia.
This is the first new body found at Herculaneum for more than 2 decades. Pier Paolo uses a low-pressure water jet to carefully wash away surrounding debris and expose the bones for an initial examination. The discovery is so significant, the park's director oversees the excavation.
From the first study, anthropological study, we know that he was a man, aged between 40 and 45. We will study his DNA because we know that his DNA from all these victims tell us something.
Pier Paolo's team carefully removes more debris and uncovers wooden beams lying across the body.
Accanto e sul corpo della vittima sono state trovate un paio di travi molto grandi e una trave in particolare copriva completamente il corpo, quindi probabilmente che venivano, anzi certamente, dai tetti che si trovavano sulle case qui.
The wooden beams are evidence that something sudden and catastrophic happened here, with a force strong enough to propel roofs across the town and onto the beach. Analysis of the beam's position on top of the body could reveal if these were the cause of death.
Quindi è molto probabile che sotto questa parete ce ne siano tante altre. Comunque, per il momento ci concentriamo su questa, che sicuramente ci darà molte informazioni.
The team use a handheld 3D scanner to digitally record the position of the skeleton in situ before they remove the remains for further study.
Che poi dovremo ricostruire attraverso tutta una scannerizzazione 3D di questo corpo e di quello che aveva attorno. Quindi una documentazione completa del rinvenimento.
This new discovery could provide more tantalizing clues to Herculaneum's final moments. The victim's location on the ancient beach adds to the team's understanding of what happened here. And this man was not alone on the shoreline. Years earlier, when archaeologists were exploring buried stone arches outside the town, they discovered over 300 skeletons. In front of one arch, they found a middle-aged woman with her jewelry, precious rings still hanging off her fingers. Leaning against a wall, a young woman. Next to her, they found tiny bones. She was 7 months pregnant. 2,000 years ago, these arches were entrances to boathouses. Analysis of how these victims died could reveal what happened in Herculaneum's deadly final moments. Fewer than 50 bodies have been discovered inside the town itself. Most of the population must have fled when neighboring Pompeii was being battered by falling volcanic rocks.
E quindi ci siamo posti la domanda: come mai tutte queste persone si trovano qui?
The size and solidity of the boathouses offers Pier Paolo a clue to why these people didn't flee.
17 anni prima dell'eruzione del 79 ci fu un grosso terremoto che portò molti danni qui nella città di Herculanum, quindi gli ercolanesi conoscevano i terremoti. Le persone si rifugiano qui sull'antica spiaggia dentro queste camere perché sanno che questo è un luogo dove loro potrebbero salvarsi dai terremoti.
Earthquakes often occur before volcanic eruptions. In 79 AD, those who chose not to flee the town likely came to these sturdy boathouses for shelter, not knowing they wouldn't be safe this time. Examining the positions of the skeletons, Pier Paolo noticed something strange.
L'evidenza più importante che subito mi ha colpito è stata la postura delle persone. Differentemente da Pompei, dove i corpi mostrano una sorta, diciamo, di posizione di difesa, le posizioni dei corpi sono perfettamente preservate, ma assolutamente senza nessuna evidenza di una reazione cosciente.
People at Herculaneum were not found contorted and twisted like those at Pompeii. The evidence suggests they suffered a very different death. Analyzing these skeletons could uncover vital clues to Herculaneum's final hours and how the aftermath of the deadly eruption unfolded. On a boat in the Bay of Naples, Jasmine is tracing Pliny the Elder's reported route from the ancient harbor towards Vesuvius.
We're now going to cross the Bay of Naples, as Pliny the Elder did with his fleet, to rescue those people at the foot of Mount Vesuvius.
According to the ancient accounts, the rescue ships headed towards Herculaneum, straight into the danger zone, with Pliny the Elder aboard, observing the eruption. But as they approached the base of Vesuvius, giant boulders propelled out of the volcano covered the shoreline. blocking large vessels from landing. So Pliny diverted his ships further south to Stabiae, where he was greeted by a close friend, Pompeianus, and planned his return to the base of the volcano the next morning. Jasmine reaches the modern shore of Castellamare di Stabia, the location of ancient Stabiae.
After an unsuccessful attempt to land at Herculaneum, Pliny the Elder lands here at Stabiae, where the conditions are much more favourable. He immediately consoles his friend Pompeianus, who seems terrified by the events that are happening. However, at this time, it's still possible that those stranded around the foothills of Vesuvius had a chance of survival.
Pliny's account holds up so far, so there was still hope for those at Herculaneum. Praetorian guards on smaller boats could get through the volcanic debris and make it ashore. But with volcanic stones raining down, the danger was growing. In his lab in Naples, Pier Paolo continues his investigation of how the people in Herculaneum's boathouses were killed.
Questo è il cranio di un maschio adulto che è stato rinvenuto all'interno del fornice 10, dove c'erano molte persone, 30-40 vittime.
Examining the shattered skull, he notices some unusual markings.
Ciò che è interessante è la carbonizzazione interna e anche esterna del cranio, cioè hanno varie fratture da calore, come si vede chiaramente qui questi margini anneriti con tagli netti dell'osso.
The clean fractures and charred edges reveal this skull wasn't broken by an external force like falling rocks or a collapsing roof. The evidence leads Pier Paolo to a much more extraordinary conclusion.
Quindi questo è un cranio chiaramente esploso, quindi qui c'è stata un'ebollizione della massa cerebrale, quindi un aumento della pressione intracranica, un'emorragia che causa la morte istantanea.
The cause of death is swift and gruesome, and is not the only shocking evidence he finds. Analysis of a jaw also reveals a strange discoloration on the bones.
Un altro dato molto interessante sono queste incrostazioni rosse, come in questo caso qui in questa mandibola, di questo materiale, di questi residui minerali, ha mostrato la presenza in grande quantità di ossidi di ferro. È la prova che c'è stata una vaporizzazione dei tessuti corporei e dei fluidi corporei, quindi del sangue.
There's only one thing that could cause skulls to explode and blood to vaporize.
Quindi effetti di una temperatura molto elevata, probabilmente intorno ai 500 gradi.
Temperatures of nearly 500 degrees Celsius, 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, could finally explain Herculaneum's victims' poses and the melded skeleton of the Praetorian Guard.
Cioè a Pompei, cioè i tessuti corporei rimangono intatti, che ci sono queste posture come se le persone si difendessero, ma in verità questa è una postura post mortem dovuta all'accorciamento e alla deidratazione della muscolatura. Questo non accade a Hercolano perché i tessuti corporei vaporizzano rapidamente e quindi questo movimento non ci può essere.
Pier Paolo's investigation reveals that the people in the boathouses and the soldier weren't crushed by falling objects, then covered with ash in which their bodies slowly contorted after death, like many at Pompeii. Death here was swift, caused by an extreme heat that vaporized flesh and boiled brains in an instant. What caused the extreme temperature that devastated Herculaneum, but not Pompeii? Looking for an answer, Pier Paolo examines another shocking discovery.
Allora, questa è stata la più grande scoperta della mia carriera.
At Herculaneum, Andrew is investigating an incredibly preserved structure in the center of town.
This is an amazing building.
Archaeologists made an incredible discovery here.
So in here we've got a little side room, and this was one of the big surprises of this excavation, because on the whole, we don't find skeletons here, but here was one astonishing skeleton.
Very few bodies have been found in Herculaneum, other than those at the boathouse. The man discovered here had his flesh vaporized, just like them. Today, his remains are preserved beneath plastic for protection from the elements.
One thing you can notice is that this is a proper bed place. You see there's wood going around all the sides. So this is an official bedroom. But why is he still here? There's an enormous eruption going on. Why hasn't he fled like everyone else?
Andrew explores the rest of the building. Clues to this man's identity could explain his gruesome death.
It's always great when you've got an inscription, it gives you a clue. And it starts with words, sacred to Augustus. Then there's this wonderful detail that at the opening of the building, Canam dederant, they gave a dinner. And who is the dinner for? This is the crucial clue. Decurionibus et Augustalibus, for the Decurions and the Augustales. So these are the two most important groups of people in town. And this must be the College of the Augustales.
The College of the Augustales was a place for a cult-like worship of dead emperors, an important practice in Roman culture at this time. This association could explain the identity of the victim discovered in the bed.
Here we've got this major public building, and it's at the heart of the town. So it matters looking after the building properly. And that's why you've got a guardian permanently there with his own bed place.
As a custodian, this man may have been forbidden from leaving the building while on duty, even in emergencies.
So maybe they told him, you stay here. Vesuvius may erupt, you stay. Yes, boss.
As archaeologists work to excavate the custodian's remains, they discovered strange black fragments surrounding his skull. Pier Paolo was part of the team. Intrigued, he took them back to his laboratory to find out more.
Ero lì che stavo pulendo un po' il cranio che era completamente coperto dalla cenere. All'improvviso ho visto questo frammento vitreo scintillare e quindi mi sono chiesto che cosa fosse.
Pier Paolo needs a special microscope to examine the strange fragments.
Ciao Alessia.
Ciao Pierpaolo.
Using this high-powered stereo microscope, Pier Paolo can view the surface of the fragments in incredible detail.
Qui a questo stereomicroscopio noi possiamo vedere in dettaglio la struttura di questo materiale vetroso. L'analisi biochimica di questo materiale ha dimostrato che all'interno di esso sono preservate perfettamente alcune proteine tipiche dei tessuti cerebrali e quindi questo ci dà la conferma che di fatto questo è un cervello vetrificato. Quindi noi sappiamo che questo materiale è praticamente il cervello di questo custode, di questo individuo.
The biochemical and microscopic analysis reveals this man's brain was turned into glass. Its evidence, a strange phenomenon, hit the town.
Questa è una scoperta molto importante perché vuol dire che Herculano all'inizio dell'eruzione, ma poi c'è stato un rapidissimo raffreddamento, perché solo un raffreddamento molto rapido può procurare vetrificazione.
The custodian of the College of the Augustales was killed by extreme heat, which vaporized his flesh and melted his brain. Rapid cooling then turned his molten brain to glass. Analysis of the volcanic debris at Herculaneum could finally explain what caused this extreme and deadly heat. 10 miles south of Herculaneum, in Castellamare di Stabia, Jasmine's continuing her investigation of Pliny the Younger's account. According to his letters, this coastline is where Pliny the Elder took shelter for the night.
It's during his sleep that things really take a turn for the worse at Vesuvius. Pliny tells us that there is cinere, ashes, mixtisque pumicibus, which means mixed with pumice, vastisque tremor. It means very, very big tremors are happening at this stage. So now we're entering a very violent stage of the eruption.
Fearing for their lives, Pliny the Elder and his friends fled Stabiae with pillows strapped to their heads to protect them from the falling stones and cinders. They headed down to the shore to see if they could escape by boat, but found the sea too violent to set sail. According to Pliny the Younger, his uncle, out of options, lay down on a sail and suffocated to death from toxic volcanic fumes.
The drama of the letters here is really clear. We simply are told corpus inventum, that his corpus was found the next day on the beach.
Modern science has proven volcanoes release gases such as sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide, which can be harmful to humans. Inhalation of these noxious gases could have played a role in Pliny the Elder's death at Stabiae. Jasmine's investigation reveals that Pliny the Younger's accounts of events following the eruption appear accurate.
As a piece of literary evidence, these letters are amazing. His accounts are really very accurate if we connect them to the archaeology. But we also learn about what happened to these individuals in intense and graphic detail.
At Herculaneum, Giuseppe heads to the edge of the ancient site, to a tunnel excavated into the solidified volcanic debris known as tuff.
So now we are inside this tuff.
He's hunting for the conclusive evidence of what deadly phenomenon struck this town. Locked within the tuff, Giuseppe spots the clue to what happened here.
As you can see here, we have a wood, carbonized wood. And this indicates that there was no air, no oxygen.
The natural phenomenon that struck Herculaneum consumed all the oxygen in the air. Without oxygen, wooden objects couldn't burn. Instead, they were turned into carbon. This explains the remarkable preservation of the wooden screen and bed. Giuseppe heads outside to continue his investigation.
You can see these tiles and bricks transported, engulfed, and moved as a cloud, but with very high temperature. It is the killer pyroclastic surge.
Giuseppe's investigation shows that the deadly phenomenon that destroyed Herculaneum was a giant cloud of searing hot gas and ash that came crashing down the volcano's slopes. It's known as a pyroclastic surge. Around noon, Mount Vesuvius erupted, hurling ash, pumice, and toxic gases more than 20 miles into the atmosphere. The following day, the cloud of gas and ash collapsed and barreled down the sides of the volcano. The 1,000-degree Fahrenheit wave hit Herculaneum in less than 5 minutes and blasted the flesh off people's bones. Those left of the town were killed in an instant. After several waves of pyroclastic surges, Herculaneum was buried under 82 feet of debris.
It's unbelievably gruesome, the moment of destruction, but what is catastrophe for them is wonderful for us. Because it's that destruction that preserves for us very, very vivid traces of what life was like just then.
Herculaneum's final moments are slowly being uncovered. The evidence discovered by archaeologists reveals that hundreds of citizens fled to the beach, where brave soldiers attempted a rescue mission. Blood-stained bones and fused metal weapons reveal an intense heat that killed these unsuspecting victims. And miraculously preserved wooden objects are proof of the rare pyroclastic flow had buried this town for 2 millennia. As experts continue to investigate this preserved ancient wonder, their discoveries will shed new light onto one of history's deadliest eruptions.